Has the agenda been posted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We now come to open time for public expression. This is an opportunity for members of the public who wish to address us on matters that are not on our agenda tonight. They are permitted 3 minutes to do so. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to us on a subject not on the agenda for 3 minutes?
Hand raised? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Breckus has her hand raised.
Okay, Elizabeth? Can you hear us?
Hi there. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear anything.
Hang on a second.
We're checking on it. Councilmember Breckus, can you hear us now? No. I'll ask her. Yes. Confirmation that others can hear on Zoom. Others can? Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear us now?
Now I can, yes.
That's wonderful. And you wanted to address us?
I think just that she couldn't hear.
You had a hand up before. You don't have something to address us now?
The only thing I believe I am supposed to do is a statement as to why I'm on Zoom. So I'm happy to do that if now is the time.
Go ahead.
So I am on Zoom because I was just at an event and one of my people at my event was has come down with COVID. And currently there's no one in the room who's over 18 who is related to me, but that could change. And if it does, I guess I will report out consistent with the new guidelines. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is recognition of Christine Adams.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, we have to go back to public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, is there more public comment? Come up here.
First timer, so you'll have to excuse me if I don't do everything correctly. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Madeline Wigginton. I'm a parent of Wells, Annalise, and Rosie. My oldest is in kindergarten, and I'm here to speak and request the renewal around a conversation with Kids Club. So I only have 3 minutes, so I'm not going to tell you everything I love about Kids Club, why it is so essential, and what we think went wrong with the pilot. I know you had a conversation perhaps in March, where you voted to cancel Kids Club. I think if you have the opportunity to hear directly from the parents and the community, you might have changed your mind. So first and foremost, I'm here today to request that the renewal of the Kids Club program be discussed as an agenda item on a future town council. It's essential that we do this as quickly as possible. Families are already planning for next year. I know several families that would have loved to be as part of Kids Club, and they've already hired a nanny because they heard it was canceled. So, you know, the program leader, Miss Laura, and all the families who send their kids to school at Ross really need to be able to plan for the fall in the entirety of next year. So first and foremost, we would just love to have it as an agenda item on the next town council. All the parents are here to work with you and make it a success. We know it can be. As a parent who sent their child there, it is the best solution for childcare for after-school programming. What do we call them? The enrichment programs are great. Love them. They're wonderful. However, they're not the same as a childcare solution when you're a working parent or a single parent or a teacher who sends their children to Ross School. The enrichment programs leave a lot of holes in the childcare. So like there might be a half-hour window where I have to stop working and go watch my son on Ross Common before lacrosse starts, just as an example. So not only is it essential as a childcare solution to fill the gaps. You know, Ross Rec doesn't always provide enough programming to meet the demand. And it certainly doesn't cover like all the hours of the day that one would need filled as a working parent, needing coverage to, you know, 3, 34, 35, whatever it happens to be. Beyond being essential and like a need for the community, it is just a wonderful program. You know, for example, my just turned 6 years old is signed up on Mondays. He goes from kindergarten to Lego to tennis to all sports, and they're all wonderful, but that's too much for a 6-year-old. What would be better if he did maybe one of those things and then he spent the rest of his time in free play at Kids Club? Because every day, every morning, we run through all right, Wells, this is what we're doing after school today. And a lot of the times I get a lot of pushback. No, I don't want to do this. I hate lacrosse. I hate whatever. He hates everything, whatever. But he loves Kids Club.
Okay, your 3 minutes is up. Can you wind it up quickly, please?
I can. I think you'll hear from a few more Ross School parents today. Thank you, and please put us on a future agenda.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to address us? Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to address us?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay. Well, then we'll move on to item number 4, which is the recognition of Christine Adams by Chief Pata for 12 years of extraordinary service to the Ross community. And we have a plaque to give her, which I will read. In appreciation of police volunteer Christine Adams, for your contributions to the Town of Ross Police Department, your decade of volunteerism and participation in more than 21 town events over the years has made a difference in the lives of our community and enhanced the reputation of the Ross Police Department. I'm going to hand this thing to Chief Pata to present to Ms. Ray.
You're free to go. Mayor and Mayor, council members, town manager, I just wanted to add a couple more things. You know, Christine has been driving in from Solano County on her days off to come in and to enhance the quality of life really for mostly our kids in town, but also for those of us that attend things like 4th of July and softball parades and town dinner and things like that. So you'll see her again really soon here in the 4th of July, I'm sure. And if you miss her on the 4th of July, you'll see her on Halloween, where she gives out water and candy and little light sticks to help keep our kids safe. So she's been awesome. She's represented the town well in our organization, and we can't thank her enough.
I see that her husband is here supporting her.
Well, that was the last thing I was going to say. She happens to be married to Sergeant John Adams, and really the two of them embody the whole concept of like family policing. So, yeah, I'm grateful. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Mayor, can I add one more thing, Mayor? Next week is the beginning of Police Week, Police Memorial Week. In 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Police Officer Memorial Week. It was established by a joint resolution of Congress in '62, and it pays special recognition to law enforcement officers who've lost their lives in the line of duty for safely protecting others. Currently, there's 800,000 sworn law enforcement officers in the United States. It's a difficult job. I'm sad to report that 39 officers this year have been killed already, 4 in the month of May. If there's any lining to this, is that it's down 70% from last year. Anyway, it's a difficult job. I try my best to recognize our officers. I wanted to mention something as we get ready for next week. And that's it. We'd like to just put it out for you guys to know that next week is pretty important for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item, somewhat related, is a proclamation in support of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And I want to read I'm going to turn this over to Elizabeth, who was one of the people who put this together to read the proclamation.
So good evening. This is a proclamation that was requested by the group Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, which is a grassroots organization movement of Americans who are fighting for public safety measures to protect people from gun violence. And as part of that, the first Friday in June is declared National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And this is the proclamation that we will be giving the Marin chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the town of Ross to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to declare that we as a country must do more to end this public health crisis. Whereas every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides annually. And whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries, and whereas mayors and council members' highest responsibility is to ensure public safety in their communities, and whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever with the increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across our country, and whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15 to recognize what would have been her 26th birthday on June 2, 2023, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange, chosen because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters in the woods, and because it symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas we encourage Ross citizens to join this campaign by wearing orange on June 2nd, the first Friday in June, to help raise awareness about gun violence, its victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence, therefore the Rosstown Council declares June 2nd, 2023 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have to take any further action on that? Okay. That brings us to the mayor's report. The Ross-Town Council frequently deals with routine matters by considering them on our consent calendar, where they can be passed without discussion. They are placed on this calendar when it appears that they are not at all controversial. For example, on this month's consent calendar, we will approve the minutes of our previous month's meeting, authorize certain payments or acceptance of routine reports. These matters are quickly handled because they are simple and uncontroversial. However, one item we face this month is not on the consent agenda, although it is difficult to imagine any opposition. Indeed, it has drawn a greater volume of supporting correspondence from our residents than any other matter I can recall in my time on the council. It deserves further comment. The resolution arises from the discovery on the morning of April 22nd on the lawns and driveways of a substantial number of the residents of our and neighboring communities, a very offensive anti-Semitic hate speech paper in a sandwich bag. The identity of the person or persons responsible for creating and distributing this despicable document remains unknown. And because of free speech rights granted under the First Amendment of our Constitution, its distribution may not even be a crime. Nonetheless, it is a very disturbing event which cannot be condemned strongly enough, and the volume of correspondence we have received about it supports our council making clear just where Ross stands on this issue as something far more than merely a consent item passed by quickly on our consent calendar. We condemn such behavior and regret the mental suffering it has caused us and our neighbors. May I have a motion to approve this consent item?
I don't think we're there. We're at item, if that concludes the report, we're at council committees and liaison reports, and then staff and community reports.
So do we need to take action on it?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's true. All right. Okay, that brings us to item 7, which is council committee and liaison reports. I think, Elizabeth, you have a report you want to make?
Hi there. I did want to report on the fire board item that we were on yesterday, and just advise that there was one item that I thought was probably appropriate for reporting to the rest of the council. And the item proposed that $800,000 in the Ross Valley Fire Department reserves be spent on 3 stations that are outside of Ross. The station in Sleepy Hollow that serves Ross, the one in Fairfax that serves Ross, and the one in San Anselmo. So obviously we have 4 stations presently, including the one in Ross, and they all do in fact support Ross. But under our joint powers agreement with Ross Valley Fire Department, the fire stations are to be maintained by specific, by the jurisdiction. So we're responsible for Ross, and we're not responsible for San Anselmo, Fairfax, or Sleepy Hollow. Although, given our decision to eliminate the fire station in Ross, we will be responsible for 27% of expenses going forward for the San Anselmo Station 19. So just that one. We would not normally be responsible for Fairfax or Sleepy Hollow. So this item was on the agenda, and what it proposed is that $800,000 be spent on these 3 fire stations out of the reserve. And the reserve was bolstered by some, contributions due to the fact that our fire department was helping CAL FIRE. So there was some additional money that went into the reserve, although that's a revenue source. We actually do normally get that. And so I just wanted to let you know about that. I personally raised that I'm not sure that that's appropriate because that would not normally be provided and it's not consistent with the JPA as currently written. So the item was continued and so will be taken up in June. That'll be the day before our next council meeting. At the end of the meeting, when we discuss future agenda items, I'm going to raise this as a future agenda item for our council. But I did want to let you know that there was a request for $800,000 to be spent out of the reserves. And if that item was not spent, and let's assume we had to pay 27% of Station 19 in the future, our amount would have been a total of $54,000 for that one station. So at any rate, I think it probably warrants further discussion, but I also just wanted to let you know that this item was on our agenda last night. That's all.
Thank you. I want to report on a matter that occurred at the Transportation Authority of Marin, where I represent Marin. One of the items that was up for discussion last week at their meeting was planning for the crossing guard plan, which the TAM supports every year. And every year they support a certain number of guards depending on how much money is available. This year they will be supporting the paying for the cost of having 97 crossing guards. Ross will lose one guard. They have a ranking system where they consider a number of factors to decide who's going to get the money. And there's about 140 guards in the county that are eligible. But interestingly enough, they approved the funding of 97 of them for next year. Well, they didn't approve it. I'll come to that in a minute. They presented it. There were 97 guards approved, and one of our guards was number 98. There was considerable dissent raised by a number of people from Kentfield about two of their guards who they were losing, who ranked 130 and 131 and 132, and it's difficult to imagine that they didn't rank highly. One of them was the intersection of Sir Francis Drake and Bon Air, which has a lot of traffic. It has 2 turn lanes, so it's a more complicated intersection. And agreement was reached that, well, one thing I should say, it was agreed that the items from 98 to 103 would be reconsidered, so will be reconsidered. And also the intersection at Sir Francis Drake and Bon Air, and at Bon Air and Elysio will be reconsidered. So I don't know where we're going to end up, but stay tuned and we'll find out. Oh, go ahead, Julie.
Thank you. Many of you may have already seen in the Marin IJ that the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority is doing a shaded fuel break around the city of Novato. It will be 60 miles long and 300 feet wide. It's replicated on the greater Ross Valley shaded fuel break, which work is currently in progress. The Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority and Fire Safe Marin are both sponsoring Ember Stomp, which is next Saturday, May 20th from 11 a.m. until 5 p.m. It's a free event. There will be music and food trucks and lots of education to help everyone prepare for home hardening and vegetation management. So try to come if you can. Thank you.
Is there anyone else with anything to report? Okay, we'll move on to staff and community reports, the first of which is that from our town manager.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a couple of updates for you this evening. Earlier this week, technicians finished installing hardwired microphones in the council chambers, as the wireless ones had not been performing well recently. The technician also moved the timer box for our public speakers so that instead of the mayor having to manage it, now our town clerk is managing it. So big thanks to our town clerk, Cindy Martell, for making this happen and making it happen so quickly and working with our very experienced contractors. So I hope these perform well for us now and in the future. Tomorrow, May 12th, the Ross Property Owners Association with the Town of Ross as a co-sponsor is going to host a live music and concert event live on the Common. The event starts at 4:30 with music until 8:30. The band is local to Marin, and we expect they will be advertising on their various social media platforms. So we expect a festival crowd atmosphere of approximately 300 people. The Chief Pata and his team are prepared to provide service to that event and to the attendees, and looking forward to it and really appreciate the work of the Ross Property Owners Association to put that on. On Monday, May 22nd, a community workshop on the facilities master plan will be held here in Town Hall. There will be tours of the Civic Center starting at 4 p.m. and each tour will end back here at Town Hall, where there will be places where attendees can look up at the various concepts that are being considered for our new project here at the Civic Center. A postcard was sent to all of Ross homes, and information about the event will be in tomorrow's edition of the Morning After newsletter. We'll also send out an e-blast next week as a reminder to folks to please attend. Then you have a special town council meeting on Wednesday, May 31st, starting at 6 p.m. here in Town Hall for the purpose of discussing the final draft of the, actually to adopt the housing element document and its final environmental impact report. So that's an important meeting, and we look forward to seeing you again twice this month. Summer camp and program registration is open, so please register online at www.rossrecreation.org, or you may also call 415-453-6020 to register for the classes. And then finally, just want to encourage everyone to try out our new pickleball courts. New pickleball lines for 4 courts and portable nets were recently installed at the South Courts at Frederick Allen Park. And Ross Recreation is currently working on scheduling pickleball classes, so keep an eye out for those. Thank you for the opportunity to report.
Thank you. Does the Ross Property Owners Association have a report this month?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I want to start out by thanking you for your support of Ross Property Owners Association, and to say that we are happy to join with you in the goals that we have for creating community. So just happy to make a report, and these reports are what we're doing are all in line with that. So the auxiliaries, Ross Auxiliary Spring Fling was a huge success with 400 people in attendance. We have the new Christmas garlands for the bridge, which are in the process of being ordered. There's an upcoming Moms Demand for Action event, and there's more to follow on that. I don't have the details, but that is coming up, and that was alluded to earlier. Age Friendly Ross, we've got lots of groups. Age Friendly Ross will be meeting on June 14th, and it will be held at Branson. So anyone 60 and over who considers himself part of that group, and if you are interested in coming, we'd be delighted to have you. But we are moving our meetings and our events to different places in Ross. So we're doing one at Branson, another at Cedars, and just another at the Art and Garden Center, just bringing in people to the various organizations that we have in Ross. The new flower baskets are hanging and being watered. The new walnut table was installed in the post office, and we're planning to add a second walnut table on the other side where the trash bins are currently located. Summer and fall Live on the Common dates are August 25th and October 8th, and there'll be plenty more to follow, but just mark your calendars. We are planning for historical walks through Ross, and we're working in conjunction with the Ross Historical Society so that we'll be able to take people on tours around Ross and talk about the historic aspects of the town, the houses, etc. New resident welcome kits have been delivered. We're working with Richard on adding a shade canopy to the tennis courts. And there are plans to improve the lighting in the post office lobby by switching LED lights, which will improve the appearance and the lighting for the post office. And last but not least, I want to second Krista's motion here. I had a little spiel for this too, but she did a really great one. That we really invite you to attend Live on the Common tomorrow, May 12th, beginning at 4:30. It's going to be great fun for all. And Greg, and I'm probably not going to pronounce this correctly, but Greg, it's Loyocano. Is that the correct one? Anyway, good, thank you. I'll go with that. Greg Loyocano and Stingray, his group, will perform. The fun thing is that, of course, Greg is a Ross School alum, a Ross resident, and his children attend Branson. So it's a local doing local. With the following organizations participating: Cedars Art Piece will be there, Moms Demand Action Table, there'll be tables for Age Friendly, Andrews Camps for Kids, really something for everybody. So if you have a chance, it starts at 4:30, and we'd love to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to coach Greg when he played Little League Baseball here in Ross. And he wasn't very good as a baseball player, but he's a great musician. That brings us to our consent agenda. Is there any member of the council who wishes to remove any item for discussion? Is there any member of the public who wishes to request removal of any item from the consent agenda for separate discussion? Seeing none, is there any indication of anybody on Zoom?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next item.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Mayor Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
Councilmember Breckus.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, we'll move on next to our public hearings on some certain planning projects, the first of which is 74 Baywood Avenue. Alex, are you going to tell us what that one's about?
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Today, the applicant at 74 Baywood Avenue is requesting approval for design review, hillside lot permit, an ADU permit, and a variance. The project includes a new front yard fence and remodeling and renovations to the existing single-family home. The project proposes to construct a 1,000 square foot ADU, which requires an ADU permit. A variance is required to exceed the allowable floor area and lot coverage. A variance is also required to construct a new pool within the side yard setback. New landscaping and hardscape is also being proposed throughout the property. Thank you.
Does any member of the council wish to have any discussion of this item?
I have a question. We've often considered variances for, locating something in the setback, but I don't actually recall us considering variances in the recent past to exceed FAR. And I know it's for an ADU, but I can't recall us, making exceptions. And so that's my question. Have we been making exceptions for FAR for houses or ADUs?
In my 1 year here, I have not seen a variance to exceed the floor area requirements. We typically see floor areas in excess of what is allowed in the municipal code through the nonconformity permit, meaning that floor area is already there and existing.
But in this case, it's to add more.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Does any other member of the council have any
Councilmember
comment on
Breckus
this
has a
item?
comment.
Pardon me?
Councilmember Breckus has a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I had the same question, not so much, I guess I had the same thought, which was, we don't normally see FAR variance requests, and when we have, they haven't been always successful. And I had talked to the applicant's representative about, this, and I was told that the special circumstances is that the zoning provides for a low FAR and they want to have a higher FAR. And when I had asked, I mentioned that can almost always be articulated as the basis. And so I was concerned about that. I'm just wondering, and I also made the comment, which I think for many of you who've been on council with me for years and years, Beach certainly will know, I've been trying to get us to go to an exception for FAR and not a variance. The difference being we don't have to make legal findings and cherry pick whose variance gets it and whose doesn't. And so I'm just wondering, in addition, am I correct that the special finding being articulated is that the FAR here is lower than they, to put it in the best way that the applicant put it, other properties around them have a higher FAR allowance than they do. They have a lower FAR allowance. And so that's the special circumstances. And I guess I'm wondering from staff, am I getting that right?
Yes, you are getting that right. In that, I don't have the variance finding in front of me, but it would have to be a special circumstance on their lot, meaning it's excessively steep. The topographies doesn't warrant development similar to those in the surrounding neighborhood. So they are sort of quote unquote have a reduced floor area because they are a hillside lot, but that's in our zoning ordinance. It's not a special circumstance. So theoretically, they could reduce that. I think it's 142 square feet from that ADU, and then they would not need a variance to exceed the floor area.
Any further questions from members of the council?
I have
Yes.
To access that site, you have to go up either Wellington or Baywood. And there's a portion of Baywood as well as Wellington that's privately maintained. And the neighbors on the Baywood side paid to repave and upgrade the Baywood side about 4 years ago. The Wellington side has not been upgraded and repaved in a really long time. So I'm wondering if there could be a condition to access the site on the Wellington side instead of the Baywood side. And by the way, the owners of 74, the prior owners, did not participate in the repaving of the Baywood side because they're on Baywood, but they're on the other side, what we call the Wellington side.
Yeah, I believe we could add that condition. I mean, I'll refer to Ben Stock, but it seems like, yes, we could.
I'd have to understand the geography of why there has to be a nexus to the condition that we're imposing. So it sounds like the nexus would be because that portion is not been redone and therefore is less stable for the traffic for that, the access, or?
It needs to be redone, and the construction is going to further deteriorate the condition of the road, whereas the other side, the Baywood side that has been redone, is in really good condition. And, you know, I don't really want the trucks going up and down the good side that's therefore going to need to be redone because of the construction project.
So for the construction project, you're talking about access to the site on that, or?
Yes, just the construction
Yeah,
project,
that
not
would-
access for the residents, not at all, but for the construction.
That would be a nexus that would be, establish the condition for construction purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't there a public road? Is it Baywood that is partly a private road?
They're both partly private and partly public. Baywood up to the mailboxes, when you're going up Baywood to the mailboxes is public, and then it goes private, and it goes all the way private, private, private until you get to Wellington, and then it's still private on Wellington down to where that, a little above that very steep hairpin turn.
So part of what you're asking, we would be, order them to repave a private road?
No, that's not the suggested condition of approval. The condition would be access for construction on the road that hasn't been repaved.
Yes. Yeah. And
Councilmember Breckus has a comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just didn't quite understand what the proposed condition is. I'm not sure if I don't understand what's being asked.
that during the construction, that all construction vehicles access the site by going up Wellington and then turning left onto Baywood instead of going all the way up Baywood. It would help to have a map. I'm sorry, I don't have a map.
So when they get to the T in the road, they make a right instead of a left?
When they get to the stop sign at Wellington and Baywood, they would make a right instead of a left. Yes.
And that's because that road is less ripped up than,
That road going to the right is much more ripped up. The road going to the left, the neighbors have all paid to repave about less than 4 years ago, and it's in really good condition.
Well, before we go further here, because we've had some discussion, I think we have to have a full report, is that right? Or a full hearing?
Yeah, so right now we're at the question stage for staff. If the
Right.
questions are done, we will open up for the applicant to give up to 15 minutes of
Right,
testimony if
okay.
they'd like.
All right.
Excuse me. I received a text message that someone is having trouble logging onto the Zoom.
I can't hear, maybe Bill's mic isn't on.
Mic's on now. I've received a text message that someone is having trouble logging on with the Zoom link, so I just tried it with my phone and I couldn't log on. I got a message that said invalid ID, so I just out of concern that there may be other people out there having trouble logging on.
Yeah.
I thought I'd raise that issue.
Can you hear us, Elizabeth?
I can.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor. In light of Councilmember Kircher's remarks, can we take a short recess so we can make sure we've got, if we need to fix the Zoom link, we can,
We will
et cetera?
do-
Is that all right?
Yes, and also the person who, during the public comment period addressed us, I think she assumed other people would be commenting and seemed surprised that there was nobody else.
Okay.
So that may be another reason to check.
So if that's all right, and Ben, we can also take just a short recess and review.
All right, let's see if we can get it fixed in 5 minutes. If not, we'll do
Okay.
something more.
Thank you, Mayor.
We better tell somebody back here that Krista, do we need to tell somebody in here that there's a problem? Cindy can do it.
Well, she's, hopefully.
We gotta get this system fixed so it works.
Thanks for sending me that.
Oh, yeah, did you look at it? It's crazy.
Yes, it's
Crazy. See you later. Thank you, Phil.
It's my home monitor, Valerie.
Every public, I don't know if this has been happening to you at your meetings, your regional meetings. It seems like every Zoom meeting I'm in,
Right.
doesn't matter where they are, there's always some kind of an issue.
Yeah, I haven't really had the problem with other meetings in connection with Ross or the other boards I'm on, but gosh, if there are people out there who were going to address us and they couldn't log on and didn't know how to contact us. My monitor is at home telling me she can't log in and she's going to drive over. It's Valerie, my wife. So,
Good.
yeah.
We would miss her. We want her
Yes,
here.
right.
Are we having that safe routes to school meeting on Monday morning? Have you heard anything about that? I haven't gotten any information about it. And I will not be there because I'm gonna be in New York State. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, how fun! I'm excited. 7 days, just a baby. That's great. Well,
And the
we'll be with
weather's
my
gonna
college
be,
friend.
the weather's gonna be great.
Yeah, that's what I've been.
Katie and Sam are both on the plane right now, headed to, who was going home. She was in Mountain View all week.
Oh,
And Sam's going, and Sam's going from LA and leaving there.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's nice when you're.
Yeah. They're very close. They're only 22 months apart.
How many months apart?
22.
Is it true,
Yes. I feel like I'm being interrogated.
is it true that if we if we accept your suggestion, trucks will be coming up? That driveway is at an angle,
I know.
so they won't be able to turn in.
They'd have to pull up and back in.
Yeah.
Yep, go past and back in. Yep.
Wow.
It's gonna be a mess. It's
Really?
a really difficult site to access. And the thing is, the house was just redone like 2 years ago. And the people who bought it don't like some of the stuff, so they're redoing everything. And they paid like $4.3 million for this house, and then they're redoing everything.
We're gonna see, I mean, we do see some of that, we're probably gonna continue to see it. People buying houses that are in good shape, but aren't configured the way they want them.
I know.
So why'd they buy them?
They just so desperately want to live in this community and send their kids to Rossville and get out of San Francisco.
Now, the people next door are gonna be, at 78, are gonna be very unhappy if this goes through. What's her name? Kay? All the traffic will come their way.
Oh, well, but they have to fix the road once it's done, so she'll be happy when the road is fixed.
Oh,
Yeah, I talked to her about it, and they've agreed to fix the road after it's done. Yeah. And they have skylights on their house that you couldn't see from Kay's, but they agreed to remove the skylights because Kay was concerned about it. So
I
I think
talked to
they're,
him about that.
I think they're on good terms. Yeah.
I just thought it was terrifying. Really. I mean, Baywood itself, as you said, it's just up that steep driveway. And also, I think we ought to have a requirement in the municipal code that anytime you apply for relief from the council, you have to put a big number on front that says what your address is. And also
you
tell
couldn't
us how
find
we're
it?
going to park there.
Yeah.
Well, I finally figured it out by, my map thing was saying, this is it. I saw no number. If it was there, I couldn't see it
Yeah, I
because
walk
I
by
was.
there every day with my dog.
Oh, okay, but
Yeah.
it really, it had to be 74, whatever, or 64, because, 74 because of the distance with the next
Next one
property.
was 78.
But I saw no number, and I've seen that kind of frequently, and I finally found 15 Macon Road, or Malcolm. Oh, jeez.
Well, we require 4 inches
Yeah.
every
it's
time
supposed to
somebody
be.
does work.
And it's supposed to, for fire safety, it's supposed to be lit.
It's supposed to be lit, and it's supposed to be prominent
Yeah.
on the main building.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of properties that don't, and there's nothing on the curb. So it's frustrating when we're out and there's no parking. I wish they'd let us know that, or,
Here's where you should
you
park.
can pull in the driveway.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I'll want to walk the neighborhood anyway, but still, it can be a real issue. No, I mean, no, not yet, that's June. So we're kind of bracketed here. We're excited about another granddaughter coming out, and we have a niece who's also pregnant. So we're gonna have a whole little playground here. And we're going up next weekend to, not the coming weekend, but the weekend after, to see our granddaughter up in Bend again. Then we'll be back.
Fly or drive?
This time we're gonna go. And then we'll be back in June for the big event down here, and then, yeah. We're doing a bit of traveling, right?
Yeah,
And,
it's fun though.
it's fun to travel, but I can do it about every month. But I can't do trip after trip anymore. I used to. That's why. But when I was a lawyer, I was all over the place.
Already in the waiting to speak, so.
Yeah.
Do we? So you think we're okay? All right. Yeah, I tried it just from my cell phone and it did not. It said, no, that meeting ID is not recognized. Really? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay, we're going to go back in session. We believe we have the problem satisfied, but our town manager may be able to help others who are having problems.
Maybe. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your patience as we explored that. We certainly want everyone to be able to participate. We believe it's just some tips for success. You go to the Town of Ross website, you click on Town Council, you click on Meetings, you pull up the agenda for tonight's meeting, which is May 11th, and there's a link at the top of the document. You click on the link and you get right in. You don't have to put in a password or anything. It's as long as you click on the link that is embedded on the actual agenda document, which is a PDF listed there under meetings, agendas, and minutes. So I hope everybody's able to do it. We do have 8 people that are already in the meeting, and a few of us tested it and were successful. So I hope everybody else is. On an ongoing basis, any member of the public is certainly welcome to come in. They can meet with our town clerk, Cindy Martell, and she can walk them through it on her computer in her office. And she is here Monday through Friday. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Elizabeth Breckus, are you able to hear us now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good. We'll resume our meeting then. Does any member of the council have any further questions regarding this item? If not, I'm going to invite the applicant, should he or she wish to do so, to present for up to 15 minutes about their project if they wish to do so. Is there such a wish?
They might be on Zoom, though.
The applicant is on Zoom.
Okay, I guess not. So we'll now open it to public comment. Is anyone?
If I may, let me just, will you call out the applicant's name to make sure she or he raises their hand and is brought in if they wish to speak?
Colleen? Can you hear us?
Hey guys, sorry. I'm just jumping in from an iPad. I was having a computer issue. Unless somebody wants to review the drawings, I think we don't have a presentation today.
Okay.
Can I just ask, were you able to hear the comments before about FAR and the variance?
No, sorry.
Should I make?
Would it be appropriate to kind of recap that discussion?
Yeah. Elizabeth,
Sure.
can you recap?
So
what
I
was
had
stated?
made the comment that, I had asked a question about variances for FAR and said that I thought that it was unusual to offer a variance for FAR and confirmed with the town planner that in the year that she has been here, there have not been any. And looking back in my experience, the last 11 years, they are few and far between. I actually can't think of one where we've extended a variance for FAR. And so that would just simply mean if that wasn't allowed, the ADU would be slightly smaller.
Right. Yeah, I think we thought it was fair to ask, considering that the previous project that was approved in 2018 had a higher FAR than what we are asking for now. And that given that the site is less than half an acre and that it's zoned for a 5-acre site, that the zoning was a little bit punitive, and that asking for 11% instead of 10% versus the 15% that neighbors with similar lot sizes are allowed seemed like a fair ask.
Can I just mention, I had raised this with you during the site inspection, that I'm still a little confused as to why in 2018, 2018, the zoning was still the same. So unless it was misanalyzed, I'm kind of confused why that would be. I do remember that. I remember the prior owners. I remember going up to the property. I remember it wasn't built. I just don't really remember that history or how that happened. But, I did want to mention that maybe you didn't hear my comments. I had added to what Elizabeth said and kind of said what I said to you on the site inspection, which is, I had just had the kind of question or concern that asking, was the special circumstances just that other properties are zoned for a higher FAR? Because if that's the request, that can kind of almost be made by every property, in Ross, if you're not at the highest, So that was my question, is how do we address that? Or is there anything else that deals with that?
No, just that we're asking for less than what was approved for the last project, and that that given the size of the site, the 10%, or considering it's zoned for 5 acres and it's far from that it's just it seems that it's almost improperly zoned, that the lots across the street and one lot away that are the same size as our lot are allowed 15%. And so, but yes, I see what you're getting at. It's, there's probably other victims of the zoning.
I'm going to suggest that we, as a result of council members having questions about this item, which otherwise was set up to be handled in a quick manner, that we open it up to the public for comment if there is any. And first of all, does the applicant want to make any further comments about the project at this time? Other subjects that haven't been raised yet?
Other subjects? No, no, and apologies, I didn't expect to be presenting as it was planning light and ADR had a unanimous approval, but I can rejoin and bring up the drawings on another screen if that's required.
If you wish to do that, you can. You can also wait and speak after we hold the public part of the hearing.
Okay, I'll wait.
All right. Is anyone do you want to recap your comment?
I just had another I had another question of the architect, if I can ask that.
Yes.
You mentioned that in 2018, the project was approved for greater square footage, and we did not see the 2018 approval document. So I'm just wondering if you know what the square footage was in the 2018 approval.
I can pull that up right now. It was approved for 4,000, the FAR was 4,108 square feet, so that's 14.8%. And it was allowed 20% in the zoning requirements, and that's in the staff report from 2016, which was the planning application portion of the 2018 building permit. And so the floor area and the lot coverage were allowed to be 20% per that application, which gave a lot coverage of, they were asking for 12.7%.
And they ultimately decided not to utilize all of that FAR in the project that they built.
Correct. During the construction, the house size was reduced.
Got it.
In a building permit revision.
Any other questions from members of the council? If not, we will move to the public, we'll open the matter to public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers who wishes to address the council regarding this item? I don't see any. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to address the council on this item?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the council for further consideration and potential adoption. Does any member of the council wish to comment at all at this time?
I mean, I did already. I think it's a lovely project, and I think the variance for the pool is fine. I would support the project if the FAR, if the FAR wasn't exceeded.
Elizabeth has her hand up.
Elizabeth, you have something further?
Yes, I am a little confused by what happened in 2018. You know, and if more information was given that changed my opinion, but I too have concerns about FAR being exceeded. And again, if this were an exception and not a variance, which I think it should be, I think variances are really, you know, this is like one where you go up and you look at it and you say, this doesn't bother me, wouldn't bother anyone else, it's fine. But at the point that we're requiring a variance, which I think is a really bad procedure, you know, then we're cherry picking and we don't have I think the legal rationale to do it. And so, again, you know, I'd love the council to consider amending our procedure so it's an exception, and then we would have the flexibility. But without that flexibility, I think we should reduce it, and I would be fine with the variance for the pool. And that's kind of where I come in, just so I'm not being arbitrary with past projects where Elizabeth, you said you don't remember any. I definitely remember some where we denied it based on an FAR variance not being allowed. And so I feel like it's just being consistent with those and not, you know, being arbitrary.
Does any other member of the council have any further comment?
Can we amend the application during the meeting to change the variance for the FAR to be an exception? Is that something we could do, or do we need to bring this back?
No,
No.
that would be a code amendment, what Councilmember Breckus is discussing.
Okay. I would like to get a little more understanding about what happened in 2016. That was before I was on the council, and I don't understand why so much more FAR was allowed in 2016 versus what's being proposed now. And it seems a little bit unfair that we allowed, what did she say, 4108 in 2016, and we're not going to do that now? That seems a little unfair to me.
I found the staff report and the minutes from 2016. If it looks like the proposed floor area in 2016 that was approved was 14.8%, 4,108 square feet. It looks like the project was summarized. There was discussion about the swimming pool and the retaining wall. No one wished to spoke, and the project was approved unanimously. So,
Can I ask, was it approved with a variance for floor area?
no, it has a different, in this report, or in the minutes, it's stating that the permitted floor area is 15%. And it's asking for it demolish the existing house. The project included design review, hillside lot, and a variance was for the retaining walls.
So, I mean, do we misanalyze the code then, or do we misanalyze it now?
I'm fairly certain that our code permits 10% in this district, Alex. There was a hillside lot permit. So I don't want to point fingers, but it looks like then it was permitted 15% for floor area.
And now it's being permitted at 10%.
Yes. For the R1B5A.
I mean, one option would be we approve without the variance and we give the applicant an option of further analyzing it and coming back on a continued item so they don't have to repay next month, so that we can, if they've got further data that shows us something different, we can look at it then.
That sounds reasonable. It moves it forward if they want, and it gives them the option to look further to see if there's something to redefine
Ben,
FAR.
Would that procedure be appropriate?
Well, what I want to interject, their application before you tonight is for a certain development project that includes the requirement of a variance. You can't approve a portion of that. That would be redoing their application.
So one thing we could do is continue the whole thing till next month if we feel that it's an important enough item to do that.
But can we also approve it without the variance for FAR, and then can they come back if they want to bring this extra new information forward?
I think what you should consider doing is continuing the item for a month with direction that you would be, you're receptive, give direction to the applicant of what the council is receptive for, and what more information you need in order to make another decision on the variance at the subsequent meeting.
And
No, I don't think you can just approve the application without the variance. The variance is before you tonight as part of the application.
But Ben, can't we just approve the pool house and say the pool house can be approved at a size that doesn't require the variance? And so they get to reduce that. I mean, I don't care where they lop it off. It's what, 150 square feet or something?
Yeah.
142.
142.
We would have to
142.
amend the resolution because the resolution includes a variance for the setbacks and the extra floor area, but if we're comfortable with that, then staff can go ahead and make those amendments.
So should we ask the applicant if they would like us to approve it without the second variance or continue it? Aren't those, unless there's a consensus to approve it now with the variance, maybe we should start there. I don't agree with that, for right now.
Yes, what you said, I would be interested in knowing if it would be approved with the variance, and if not, I think in honor of saving the clients another month of process, we would probably try to push it without the ADU variance, if that was not the consensus.
So you'd prefer an approval tonight? If we can't approve both variances tonight, you would prefer approval of the project with one variance and the ADU reduced to by 142 feet without and not have that variance. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
And we could do that if we amend the resolution. Is that correct?
I hate to say this because we just finished a break, but I need to talk to the planning director and understand whether we can do that tonight.
Okay.
Or whether we'd have to bring that back on consent at a later date.
Okay. We should wait.
So what's the council's pleasure?
I think Ben should talk to our planning director, and hopefully we can get this done tonight.
Okay. So the consensus of the council is to move in that direction. Then we should take a quick break and let me talk to Rebecca.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
We are in recess.
Okay, thank you.
You can yell at each other over the hill. But it's supposed to be less than 500 feet or more.
I was very surprised, and my wife said there's no way it's less than 500 feet, but I looked at the map.
Yeah, you look at a map. You look at a map and those streets get pretty close together.
Yeah, and that's because I thought it was Laurel Road, but it's really, the address is Laurel Road, but you're really on
Yeah.
a street with another name, and that's what like a whole year.
What's your address?
Yeah.
So yeah, you are really close.
I know that real well.
Throw a rock.
Okay, let's go back in session. Ben, can you offer us something now?
Sure. If the council is willing to just approve the variance for the pool, but not related to the lot coverage, we would amend the resolution, which is in your packet at 2302, to get rid of the title that the variance is also for the floor area lot coverage and the ADU, and just make it reference to constructing the new pool. And then in the findings, we would, on page 5 of the draft resolution, the findings, we would, under variance is approved, we say variance for the pool is approved based on the following mandatory findings. And then we'll do a word search to make sure there's no other references to the FAR in the variance findings, and that should be sufficient if you want to move forward tonight.
So I move we approve the project as Ben has stated.
And what about the condition that
Oh.
Julie's been talking about?
Yeah, the access condition, I'd like that to be part of the approval. So I could make a motion.
Well, we have one motion on the
Okay.
floor right now. Is there a second? And then you can move to amend the motion, or you can withdraw your motion, either way.
I'll withdraw my motion.
So I'll make a new motion to approve the project without the variance to exceed the allowable floor area and lot coverage part, but also restrict construction access to be on the Wellington and Baywood side and not on the Baywood side. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but
The counterclockwise approach, not the clockwise approach, right?
perfect. Thank you. Counterclockwise approach, and probably small trucks too.
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
Councilmember Barkus.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 10B, 15 making grade. Will you describe that one for us?
Yes. The applicant at 15 Making Grade is requesting approval for design review, a hillside lot permit, and a nonconformity permit. The project is requesting to improve an aging lot with a new pool, landscaping improvements, and remodel the existing nonconforming guest house. New landscaping includes trees, shrubs, and a new rectangular-shaped pool to replace the existing oval pool. The project also proposes to add 405 square feet of floor area to the existing guest house by converting the basement into a gym and a bathroom. Thank you.
Does any member of the council wish to have a full hearing of this matter, or are they satisfied with the description that we've just heard?
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Okay, it looks like nobody has anything further. Still have to open to the public.
First, the applicant, and see if the applicant
Oh,
wants to
yeah.
add anything.
Is the applicant wish to make a statement? You have up to 15 minutes if you wish to do so. Or you can withhold and make 5-minute comments after the public hearing is completed. So you want to pass for the moment? Okay. We now need to open the public. Okay, we'll now open it to comment from the public for a public hearing. Is there anyone in the room, in the chambers, who wishes to comment about this project? Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to comment?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to the council for deliberation. Does any member of the council have any comment?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2303.
Second.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Mayor Cool?
Aye.
Elizabeth Robin?
Aye.
Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
Okay, that brings us to our administrative agenda. The first item is Town Council adoption of Resolution 2306, a statement of unity against anti-Semitic messages and all forms of hate speech. I'm going to read the language of the resolution, which is at issue. It's a resolution of the Town of Ross, a statement of unity against anti-Semitic messages and all forms of hate speech. Whereas anti-Semitism and hate speech remain a serious and growing threat to Jews in the United States and around the world, and whereas residents of Ross and other towns recently received anti-Semitic flyers distributed at their homes, and whereas last year nearly 1 in 4 Jewish Americans said they experienced anti-Semitism, according to a study released on October 25, 21 by the American Jewish Committee. And whereas according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, nearly 60% of religious biased hate crimes in 2020 targeted Jewish Americans, who make up no more than 2% of the US population. And whereas according to the Anti-Defamation League report, 3,697 anti-Semitic incidents were reported nationwide in 2022, the highest year on record since the ADL began tracking in 1979. And whereas anti-Semitic views do not represent the views of Marin or Ross residents, and whereas history has shown, with the killing of 6 million Jewish people in Europe during the Holocaust, anti-Semitism is a danger to the entire community, our country, and our world. An attack on any part of our community is an attack that weakens our social fabric. And whereas standing up to anti-Semitism and all forms of hate and discrimination will make us stronger together as a community, we stand with our Jewish neighbors. And whereas the Ross Town Council stands firmly behind the preservation and protection of basic human rights, dignity, health, and well-being of all people, and whereas the Ross Town Council encourages community members and organizations to foster a sense of welcoming, belonging, and inclusivity, now therefore be it resolved that the Ross Town Council hereby condemns anti-Semitism and all forms of hate speech and stands with the Jewish community, and the Ross Town Council condemns the hateful and anti-Jewish messaging in the flyers distributed, even while it respects the constitutional right to free speech. I move adoption of this resolution. Is there any member of the council who has any questions about it or comments? Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item?
Diane Rudden, 39 Willow. I'm here to represent a few of my friends who are not able to come tonight, to let you know that people in town are for this substantially. So Lee really wanted to be here and was unable to, and you probably heard from him, but I told him I would come and speak. So, yes.
Thank you. All right.
As a Jewish American, I appreciate what you're doing, and I fully support this, and I think it's a wonderful thing you're doing. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to comment? Anyone else on Zoom?
Lee Notowich.
Oh, he's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? I just want to thank everybody. Mayor, you mentioned that this was an item that you got a lot of communication about from the town, which I'm glad people were responsive and, voiced their opinion. I want to thank everybody. When the incident happened, Town Manager Johnson and Police Chief Pata were, I know, busy in the background, as well as a lot of the town council members, looking at the options, talking to law enforcement, talking to the DA, and all kinds of things were going on in the background. I really appreciate everybody's efforts. So, and I really appreciate the strong statement that y'all have drafted and are considering passage. So thank you for your support.
Any other public members on Zoom who wish to speak?
There are no more hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Is there anyone on the council who wishes to make any further comment? I think
Yeah, so Mayor Cool motioned and Councilmember McMillan seconded it. So Councilmember McMillan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Mayor Cool,
aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
Councilmember Breckus.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, that brings us to item number 12, which is the town council to provide feedback on the overview of comments from the California Department of Housing and Community Development on the draft Town Ross housing element. Rebecca?
I'll introduce you. Good evening, Mayor Cool. Thank you. Like other communities in the Bay Area, the town of Ross is required to update the housing element of the general plan to address our local needs for housing and the new state laws. As you know, Ross is required by law to plan for 111 new housing units over the next 8 years. The town of Ross has been working with Diadem Bhatia, who has prepared the draft housing element, which was submitted to HCD on December 13th. Under state law, HCD had 90 days to review that draft element and provide comments to the town. On March 13th, the town of Ross received a letter from HCD regarding the draft housing element. The letter noted that the draft reviewed by HCD complies with many of the statutory requirements. However, it identified several revisions that will be necessary to ensure the document fully complies with state housing element law. And tonight we have Andrew Hill from Diadem Bhatia, and he's here to go over the comments received and the responses that we would like to discuss with you tonight.
Thanks, Rebecca. So as Rebecca said, back in December, we reviewed with you a draft and you approved sending that draft housing element up to HCD to start the state review. Then that kicked off a 90-day review period, which, as Rebecca said, ended in March. We've received a letter with comments from the state, and we've been working to address those comments. We're planning to bring a revised version of the housing element back to the council at the end of the month, together with the final EIR. So the purpose of the hearing tonight really is to give you an advanced look at the modifications that have been made to the draft in response to HCD comments, and to give you an opportunity to ask any questions or make any comments at this stage. The council is not taking action on the housing element tonight. A hearing for that purpose has been scheduled for May 31st. But as I say, it's just an opportunity to walk you through the modifications that are being made, and they really fall into three categories. First of all, changes to the sites map and the inventory, changes to the implementing programs, and then other additions and clarifications. So if we start with sites map and inventory, you may remember that in the draft you reviewed in December, the St. Anselm's Church site was included. However, subsequently in conversations with the church, Father Brown has told us that they do not have any plans to, they have 2 housing units on the site currently, and they don't have any plans to build additional housing units in the next 8 years. And so in response to that, that site has been removed from the inventory. Even with that removal, though, there are still sufficient number of units to meet the RHNA obligations at all income levels, so this is not problematic. Additionally, the draft inventory that you reviewed in December assumed that 5 existing units at the Branson School could be counted towards RHNA if they were deed restricted. And Branson had indicated that they were open to that. However, state law, and the HCD letter pointed out that state law establishes certain conditions under which existing units can be counted towards RHNA. And those include, for example, existing units that are in poor repair, and if they're substantially rehabilitated, they can be counted towards RHNA. Or, for example, market rate units that are converted to affordable housing with the financial assistance of the town, those could also be counted towards RHNA. Non-residential space that's converted into housing could be counted, or mobile homes that are preserved on site could also be counted. However, the 5 existing multifamily units on the Branson campus don't meet any of these criteria, and so they have been removed. Again, though, even with this removal, the inventory still has sufficient capacity to meet the RHNA obligations at all income levels. And so this is a snapshot of the revised inventory. I want to point out that the 10 new units at Branson still remain on the inventory, and there's no other additional changes. And so this revised inventory has a capacity for 140 new units, which is sufficient to meet the RHNA obligations at all income levels with a buffer. So it's a net reduction of 8 units if you're doing the math. Additionally, HCD's letter requested a number of modifications to implementing programs that are included in the Housing Action Plan, which is Chapter 4 of the draft. These changes are mostly about the timing and the specific steps that the town will take to facilitate build out of the inventory. So for example, for program 3A, which is about housing at the Civic Center site, HCD had requested that we add additional detail to demonstrate that the units will be built during the planning period. Specifically, they wanted us to add milestones and dates and spell things out in this program 3A. Now, the details of exactly how that housing will happen at the Civic Center site haven't been decided, but in consultation with staff, we've come up with a potential pathway to get there that provides the specificity that HCD is looking for. And so that pathway would involve identifying potential funding partners and nonprofit developers who would build and operate the units, then entering into an exclusive negotiating agreement with the developers by the end of the third quarter of 2024, subsequently entering into a development agreement to agree the terms of the development by the end of the fourth quarter in 2025, targeting approval of the developer's application by the end of the fourth quarter of 2026, and then issuing building permit by the end of the fourth quarter of 2027. Additionally, to address the comment from HCD, we're preparing a new appendix to the housing element that would include some background information, such as the RFQ that was released, staff reports regarding the facilities master plan, and a fact sheet on the Civic Center, all in the interest of demonstrating that this project is moving forward in response to their question. Similarly, for program 3B, which is about housing at the post office, HCD had also requested additional detail of milestones and dates be added to the program to demonstrate that completion would happen within the planning period. And so again, those details are not known at this time, but working with staff, we put together a potential pathway that would provide the level of detail that HCD is looking for. Similarly, that would involve identifying partners, negotiating agreements, approving a development application, and then ultimately issuing a building permit. The timing would be sequential, and in this case, the post office would proceed after the Civic Center. So they're not happening at the same time. They would be sequential, but they would all happen within the planning period. Additionally, HCD has requested some new programs be added to the draft around fair housing. Now, two of the biggest obstacles to housing access in Ross and in Marin County have to do with the cost of housing and the diversity of housing types. And there's already a lot that's been included in the draft element that addresses these issues. So we consulted with HCD staff to get their advice on what they would like to see, what additional actions they would like to see. And they pointed us to Rolling Hills Estates, which is a community with similar demographics and background and size to Ross. It's in the Palos Verdes Peninsula in LA County. And Rolling Hills Estates has a certified element, and they included programs around affirmatively marketing opportunities for affordable housing, which essentially means proactively advertising the availability of affordable housing as it's built. And so we've used that as a model, and we're incorporating that program on the suggestion of HCD staff. We've also included a similar program to provide information and assistance to affordable developers who may be interested in housing for special needs populations or extremely low-income households in Ross. And then another fair housing program that's being added has to do with promoting the availability of county rental assistance programs to cost burden renters in Ross. It's interesting to note that 58% of senior renters in Ross experience cost burden, which means they're paying more than 30% of their incomes for housing. Now, in absolute terms, it's a very small number, but 58% is a large percentage. And so recognizing that, we've included a program to advertise the availability of county programs offering rental assistance. Thinking that maybe these senior renters might not be aware of them. This program would involve staff partnering with groups like St. Vincent de Paul to raise awareness of the programs. And then finally, a program to send the housing element, once it's adopted, to water and sewer service providers to make sure that they're aware of the plans for lower income housing and that they prioritize service to those sites. Next. Additionally, the letter, HCD's letter, requested some edits to existing programs or some addition of new programs to ensure that the town code remains in compliance with state law, including some new state law that came into force on January 1st of this year after the housing element was adopted. So these are very specific edits, and we've included a sort of a red line version. I think you received this yesterday or this morning, just with specific details of what that covers, but some sort of pinpoint detailed edits to existing programs and a few new additions as well. And then the third bucket has to do with other sort of amplifications and clarifications, more detail that's been added into the housing element. So for example, the Ross housing element relies on ADUs as a major source of new housing. And so HCD asked for additional evidence or analysis to demonstrate that there's capacity for all those units. And so we already had a lot of demographic detail and suggested who might be the future potential inhabitants of those ADUs in Ross. To supplement that, we're proposing to include a map. So there are over 900 parcels in Ross that have the potential for an ADU. Since 2018, about 31 ADUs have been permitted, so we map them to show, and if we subtract those 31 parcels from the over 900, there's still well in excess of 800 parcels that could accommodate new ADUs. We're projecting 80, so we're demonstrating through this that there is substantial potential in Ross for new ADUs. Also, we had a consultation call with HCD staff on Monday, and while we made a reference in Chapter 3 to many of the programs that are included in Chapter 4, they asked us to explain more about exactly what those programs are in Chapter 3 and how they would help facilitate, so we'll add that level of detail as well. Similarly, for SB 9 housing, we projected about 30 units over the next 8 years through SB 9. We'd included a map of candidate parcels, and HCD asked for more specific detail, and so we're including that. For example, we included a table with the different indicators that we use to identify these candidate sites. We're refining the map. It's quite small on the screen, but we actually added the building footprints of the existing buildings on those candidate sites to demonstrate to HCD that the existing buildings will not inhibit lot splits if the owners choose to pursue that. So again, a lot more detail to back up the projections for SB 9 units. Similar to the request around the Civic Center site and the post office site, HCD is also asking for more clarification around the milestones and the timing for the construction of housing on the Branson School site. And again, in consultation with HCD staff on Monday, they suggested that getting a letter from the school that formally expresses their interest in building housing, provides a little context for why they need it, as to help with their recruitment, and also again to spell out the specific steps and timing that they would take to construct these 10 units over the next 8 years. And so we're working to get that letter from Branson, and that would be incorporated into the element as well. We have a program in the action plan, program 3K, that talks about what the town would do. So the town is already meeting with Branson on a regular basis, but as part of those regular meetings, there would be discussion of with Branson to help them with the site planning and help them facilitate their plans, and that kind of thing. Next. Additionally, the HCD letter asked for more background information on regional fair housing trends. We had included some information on regional fair housing, but our appendix D, I believe it is, on fair housing concentrated mostly on conditions in Ross. And so HCD has asked that we compare conditions in Ross with Marin County as a whole. The county has prepared a background countywide analysis of fair housing conditions, and so we've incorporated that into the appendix as well. Again, it's more detail regarding historical patterns, housing production costs, zoning controls. And then finally, they asked that we include a table of quantified objectives. Some communities have rehabilitated lower income housing units that they count towards their RHNA, and other communities might be preserving, for example, mobile homes or other units, and those can be counted towards their RHNA. This table is required by law to say how many units would be new construction, how many would be rehabilitated, and how many would be conserved. In Ross, it's all new construction, and so that's what this table is showing. But it's just ticking off a box so that we're including this table as well. And so that's a very quick overview of the changes that we're making and the nature of that. It's quite detailed work. But again, we'll be posting all of a red line version of the housing element so that anyone can see. It'll be posted on the town's website more than a week in advance of the hearing on the 31st, so that everyone can see exactly where the changes have been made and the HCD comments as well. The final EIR will also be ready in advance of that meeting and posted as well. And so both of those documents will come before you on the 31st for your consideration. And I'm happy to take any questions or comments you might have.
Well, it appears to me that part of what HCD is doing is making us put down on paper an actual plan of action to accommodate what they want. And that, of course, makes it easier for them to hold our feet to the fire if we don't comply precisely with what we've said we're going to do. Do you have any feeling from your comments, from your contacts with HCD, of whether we're close to satisfying them for now, or whether we have problems looming?
I think that all of these are none of these is really substantial. You know, they didn't say you can't project 80 ADUs over the 8-year period. They didn't say you can't use this site. They didn't say you can't plan housing at the Civic Center. All of this is just asking for more supporting detail. And as I say, we had we had 2 calls with them actually before they gave us the letter. We sort of had an initial conversation, and then this week as well, we followed up with some more detailed questions just to confirm that these modifications are, you know, in line with their expectations. And all indications that we got were that, yes, we're moving on down the right track.
Am I right that there is one town in Ross that has gotten approval of their plan?
So I believe Sausalito has received certification just even this week. But other communities are all still working through the process.
Julie?
So if we have sites on here that we don't want to do later, do we have any flexibility to change our mind?
So I think there's 2 phases to this, right? First of all is getting to certification, which is what we're doing now. And then after that is the implementation. And through the annual reporting process, every year the town every year at the end of March, beginning of April, the town submits an annual report that says, you know, how many housing units have been permitted, and provides a status report on each of the programs in the housing element. So HCD is monitoring that. I think, if theoretically, say, a site that was not on the housing element develops with housing, that still counts towards the RHNA, and that would potentially put you ahead of the curve. And so as long as you're making some substantial progress towards the numbers, as long as HC believes by the end of the term you will make the RHNA numbers, I think it's less important about which sites develop. However, I think through this process we've tried to identify the most logical, the most reasonable sites to develop. But that's not to say that they all have to develop exactly that way.
So I have a question about that, or a comment, or actually a request, which is that I would like us to take the post office site off the site map. And I would like that because I've heard a lot from members of the public that they would like to keep the center of town, which is zoned civic, not a residential area. This site was added, kind of rushed at the end of a meeting, I think, without people thoroughly evaluating the benefits of using the post office as a site. And you know, the public, you know, it's zoned civic. I mean, the primary use for the civic zoning is public or quasi-public. There's the community is not in favor of residences in the very heart of the civic district. And with these specifications, we're going closer and closer to the point where I don't think we could not build there if we're saying in writing in this document, we will develop the post office, and we have these dates, and we have to march through the dates. And I don't think that's what the community wants. And I think that it probably shouldn't have been on the list to begin with. It's not the community's request we have to have housing at the post office site. But since it was put on, I think the farther we go in this process, the harder it might be to not build there. And I think that this would be the time to take it off and see if we can't put, say, well, we do have a buffer already, so maybe we don't even need anything. Put maybe 3 extra houses or pencil them in at the Civic Center site. Maybe there's something at the Cedars, maybe there's something at 6 Redwood. I mean, that would be something for the, you know, for you all to try to place it. Maybe there are a few more ADUs, but I feel very strongly that we should not commit ourselves in the way we are in writing in this document to building at 6 units at the post office, because that's not what this community wants. And we shouldn't have put it on the list to begin with.
Can I ask a question that kind of relates to, I suspect, the answer to Elizabeth's question? And that's about the process.
Mm-hmm.
If we included the post office area, the parking lot, and the whole plan was approved, the requirement would be that we would, within some period of time, have to issue an RFP. It's our property. So we'd have to issue some kind of an RFP to find out what probably nonprofit entities would be interested in building those units. Is that right?
Yes, that's
I
correct.
mean, that's spelled out in this addendum, that every single, the dates all the way through.
And is there any requirement that we would continue to have to own that property?
No, there's no requirement that you would continue to have to own it.
But if we sold it, I realize there's other ways of disposing it, but if we disposed of it, of ownership of it, then our requirement would be what?
Then I think the Surplus Lands Act would be triggered, which is a state law that requires that surplus properties by any jurisdiction be offered for affordable housing development. But that's in the event that the property is sold. I believe, Ben, even if it's leased, the Surplus Lands Act may be triggered.
Well, I think, let me just see if I can short circuit the answer to your question. I think your question is, if we sell it, do we have an obligation for those numbers that are targeted for that site on the housing element? And the answer to that is the obligation stays with the property. It doesn't matter if we sell it or lease it or keep it. We're identifying that site as housing right now in our draft housing element. So if we sold it to a third party, the obligation to get housing there would still be there unless we amended our housing element to take that site off the list and go through a process to identify other sites.
Thank you.
We could take it off the list and not identify other sites if we think we have enough of a buffer. Is that correct?
Yes. However, what I would say there is there's a potential risk there because so much of the lower income units are assumed as part of ADU development, and a total of 80 ADUs is assumed over the period, and then they're allocated to the different income levels on the basis of a regional ADU affordability study that was done for the whole of the Bay Area that says on average 60% of ADUs that are built are affordable to lower income sites. Now we can do that for the certification process, but then when it comes to implementation, through every year we have to report on how many units are actually affordable to each of those income levels. And that for ADUs, that'll rely on homeowners deed restricting their units for lower income units. And if we get to a point where the deed restrictions are not happening and we're not on track to meet those ADUs that are allocated for lower income units, then the town may be in a situation where you need to rezone to find essentially upzone some land to make it available for lower income units. And so the benefit of having those right now 6 units on the post office site and 6 units on the town center site is that it's a good step of the way towards that lower income that isn't ADUs, that isn't reliant on private property owners deed restricting their units, if you see what I mean. It's not impossible, but there's a risk.
But I actually think the community would rather deal with this upzoning issue than risk having houses, residences in the civic area where that's not where people want residences. We could put 3, we could pencil in 3 at the civic center and then try to find to make 9 and try to find some other place for the other 3 and still send back to the state the same number. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And I think from an EIR perspective, if we're just shifting units from the post office to the civic center, for example, and even maybe having a small net reduction from an EIR perspective, it doesn't it wouldn't generate any new or significantly more adverse impacts. So it's not necessarily problematic. If we tried to find new sites that at this stage that hadn't been analyzed in the EIR, that might make things more complicated.
Yeah, that's what I think we should do, because I think that as I said,
I think right now,
Oh,
let's just ask
questions?
questions and then
Okay,
once we
sorry.
open up for public comment.
Okay, thanks.
Do we know, can somebody tell me off the top of your head, how many residential units are there now on down in the business district?
So there are 6 residential units above the bike shop, just immediately south of the post office parking lot, and those are the only residential units in the sort of downtown civic center area at the moment.
Thank you.
Councilmember
Bill?
Breckus has a question, a comment?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand for the Civic Center facilities, does that require, so we have to discuss with potential partners, funding patterns, or partners or nonprofit developers, potential development of the Civic Center. So I guess what I'm confused about is, do we have, let's assume people were identified, but then the terms that they wanted were such that they weren't acceptable to us. For example, if they said, well, we'll build the 6 units, but I'm talking about the Civic Center facilities. But we want the land cost to be 0. And we didn't think that was a fair agreement. How does that work? Are the terms such that we can control the terms?
Yeah, I think what I would say is you're not required to build exactly, you're not handcuffed or painted into a corner to build exactly what's on the inventory. However, if things don't develop as anticipated, well, that's why we have the buffer to make sure that you can navigate the no net loss provisions of state law. If there's too many sites, or the ADU production trend isn't as anticipated, such that we get halfway through the planning period and it's clear that the town is not on track, then it's likely that the state will, well, it's possible that the state may come in and ask for rezoning or to come up with another plan.
Bill, did you have a question?
I have a question as to process. If we were now to change our plan, change what we previously submitted, would that affect the timing of the adoption of the final plan that we are targeting to do hopefully by the end of May after the ERA period has elapsed?
I think it depends on the nature of the change. If it's as I say, if it's a relatively circumspect change that doesn't trigger, new potential impacts that would, require the EIR to be recirculated, then within a certain radius, I think the change is acceptable. Big wholesale changes would trigger a delay. So it depends on the nature of the changes.
Well, if we eliminated the units over the post office and added 3 to the Civic Center site, is that the type of change that might cause a delay in the certification process?
I don't think so. I think that can be accommodated for the reasons I've said, but it does present the potential risk that rezoning may be required at some point later in the process.
And is it also correct that if we do leave the 6 units over the post office in our current plan, we're not obligated to go ahead with that unless the council is satisfied that we can preserve our relationship with the post office, that traffic circulation is going to be adequate, and so forth? We're not bound by any proposal from a third-party developer.
I think that's true, and especially you can put more effort into ADU production or SB9 housing production and get ahead of the curve on those items, and then there may not be a need for that.
So we would not necessarily have any second guessing from the state that, well, we should have tried harder, or we should have done this or that, or is it totally within our discretion?
Well,
Let me answer that question.
Yeah, go ahead.
That question, I think it depends on where we are in the housing cycle and how much progress we've made in our housing cycle.
I think, yeah, there are many communities in California during the fifth cycle that did not make their RHNA targets from the prior years. Ross is not one of them. Ross did make its RHNA targets, but there are laws at the state level that says, halfway through the planning period, the state will assess progress, and jurisdictions that haven't made sufficient progress become subject to streamlining. So developers that propose, to build a project and make 20% of a certain percentage of the units available to lower income households are subject, don't have to go through discretionary review, are subject to ministerial approval. So there is that to consider if sufficient progress isn't being made. That makes sense.
Julie?
Yeah, I guess I didn't really fully understand that the ADUs, a big portion of them need to be deed restricted for low or very low or moderate. How, do we have a plan to do that? Are we asking the owners of the ADUs if they would voluntarily like to do that? Are we going to impose that as part of the approval process? How does that work?
Some of the programs that are included in Chapter 4 of the housing element offer additional incentives for owners to deed restrict. And in conversations with the community at the various outreach events, a lot of people have indicated that they are interested in making a home available to a teacher, a local teacher, or that kind of thing. So,
Mayor and Council, I'd like to make sure that Mayor Pro Tem Breckus's question regarding this Civic Center project is adequately answered, and I want to. I'd like to just clarify with you that I worked on a 40-unit low-income housing project in a former job in Sonoma County, and one thing that I would be doing is working really closely with Ben or somebody in his firm who specializes in these kind of development agreements to make sure that the town is getting the best deal and the best project that we can get. And an element of it that is important, especially as part of a civic center project area, is to have a good management plan in place for the entity that's operating the project, to make sure that it really conforms and works well with the uses that are around it, such as our civic uses. And we would also be working very closely with the town council along the way, because it would be real estate negotiations. We'd have to be getting direction from the town council on what you'd like to see, and not only a developer, but in the terms of the deal. So we would have to work very closely with an attorney who has a lot of expertise in that area.
Anyone else on the council have any?
I do, but so does Elizabeth, I think.
Do you have another question, Elizabeth?
I do. In terms of the ADU incentives to make them, deed restricted, can you talk about what the added incentives are that might incentivize residents who are considering ADUs right now to deed restrict them? And I guess my follow-up question is going to be, is there more we can do? I know in Napa, one of the women I work with is getting like 40,000 if she builds a small ADU, 60,000 or something if she builds a larger ADU, but then also deed restricts. And I'm sure we don't have that kind of funding, but I just am wondering, are we doing everything we can there so that, if we need to, as we go along in the cycle, we don't have to go through a whole nother EIR, another zoning. I mean, that would just be so burdensome and difficult that I'm wondering, are we doing enough to encourage that?
So in the additional materials that I think you might have received yesterday, if you look, there's program 3I, which was in the draft, that offers a development fee discount for owners who elect to make their units deed restricted. So that is one thing that's done. And then there's anyway, that's a development fee, an additional development fee discount in addition to all the other incentives that are offered is the one thing that's being offered.
And what does that monetarily translate as? Do we have an idea? I know that we've heard from one of our council members about how expensive his ADU was, so it'd be interesting to hear how that would affect people monetarily.
Right. Let me see. So fees can run on the order of 25,000 for an ADU.
I don't think we've fully thought through how we would reduce fees yet, but, as of comparatively to other jurisdictions in terms of a discretionary reviewed ADU here, the fee is fairly high. So it could start with ADU. Some jurisdictions, there is no fee for an ADU application. Maybe we would start there with no fee. We could reduce building permit fees. So there's various ways we could do it. We just haven't pursued this program yet.
I mean, should we
Would they be
consider?
significant numbers?
Excuse me?
Would they be significant numbers?
Yes, yes.
I mean, should that be part of what we propose so that both HCD and residents know how great we will push the ADU, which I think over Civic Center, over Post Office, I think that's really where, people are going to probably want to, I just think it's most realistic housing here.
If I may, the program 3-I right now commits the town to doing a fee study and determining the reduction in 2024. So that's the program. There is a plan that HCD can hold our feet to the fire about how much of a discount these deed restricted units will get.
I have another question.
Yes.
So back to the post office sites and the what's written in this document about the RFP in 2025 and the negotiating agreement in 2027. If the nonprofits come forward, if we don't take it off, we will need to take these steps. If the nonprofits come forward and they find a way to pencil it in, we would have to go ahead to build it there. Is that correct? It says we will.
Well, I think, again, I guess it depends how much progress is being made. If by the time, I can't remember what the timing was, 2025, when the RFP would be released for the post office, if you're ahead of the curve with ADUs and ahead of the curve with SB9, and you decide that you can make your arena without proceeding with the post office, I believe that would be at the discretion of the council. Again, it depends on how much progress is being made and reporting that through the annual reports.
And if we took it off and weren't making progress, we would be scrambling to figure out where the houses might go, but they wouldn't necessarily be at the post office.
That is correct.
Okay.
Is there anything specific in what we're going to tell the state that describes the nature of what we're going to do at the post office? In other words, I recall an early discussion about putting, I think it was 6 units, kind of along the edge, along the run of the post office parking lot, and then later hearing suggestions that we would build them on top of the existing post office. Is there anything in what we're now going to submit that binds us to either one of those options?
No, there isn't. Initially, the proposal that was put out last summer at the community open house was just generally on the post office out without saying where at all. And the reaction from the community was that they really didn't want to see the units on the green space on the northern portion or on the parking lot in the southern portion. And so we specifically redrew the map with the circle sort of over the post office building. But that's really more for messaging to the community. The program itself that was submitted to HCD doesn't say specifically where. And HCD isn't asking specifically where on the site it would happen. They're asking more about the milestones and the dates, because their interest is in wanting to see a pathway to getting it built within the 8-year planning period.
Elizabeth, do you have some further comment?
Well, and the reason why we have to do an RFP above the post office and we're not proposing that at the Civic Center is because we're really relying so heavily on those sites being low income. Is that correct?
Well, the reason I believe the reason the town-owned sites are on is because, number one, anyway, the reason the town-owned sites are on is because there isn't, it's very difficult to make lower income housing pencil out in Ross because of the property costs and the construction costs. And since the Civic Center, for example, was being proposed for a redevelopment, it seemed like a potential site to add workforce housing that can help the town, with recruitment and provide housing for people who work in Ross. That's the thing.
I think I wasn't clear with my question.
Oh, sorry.
The post office has us going out for an RFP. The Civic Center does not. So when you look at the two, edited versions of those two programs, one is treated differently, which is the post office. And I was wondering if the reason the post office is being treated differently, the program amendments are treated differently, is that because we have more low-income housing at the post office?
Yeah, they're all lower income, and I believe they would all actually be part of the same process.
But is it true that the post office has us going out for an RFP, the Civic Center does not?
I believe they both do.
Excuse me, Mayor and Council, Krista here. Mayor Pro Tem Breckus, I think that was just an oversight. I agree. One of them has us going out to RFP for a developer, and the Civic Center one does not. I think we might decide as we get closer which would be the best the best way to go about getting interest from qualified developers. And I did speak with Andrew when we were putting together those steps that if we decide that there is another process or there is a particular way of doing it that might be better for the site, because we haven't consulted with a real estate attorney yet, a development attorney yet, that we will be able to adjust our strategy on moving forward, that we don't need to stick, just because we don't have RFP listed on the post office site steps does not mean that we cannot utilize a RFP process as we go about doing these projects in the future.
I think the RFP process is identified on the post office, but not, if I read it right, not on the Civic Center. But I guess just either way, even one is treated differently, but maybe that's fluid. But we're saying that in 2024, we're going to look at financing the ADUs. Is it not possible or advantageous right now for us to say, if you deed restrict ADU, your development cost is 0 or it's 1,000? And then that gives our ADU deed restriction, our ability to create more low-income housing, more strength or substantiation from HCD standpoint. I mean, should we not consider that?
Mayor Pro Tem Breckus, next year, as part of the upcoming fiscal year, we're going to be updating the fee study for the town, and some particularly thorough analysis needs to be done on the ADU fee structure that we have in place right now. So that would be a good, we need to determine what the costs are to process these ADU permits, and I believe at the same time, we can also be looking at what incentive programs we might be able to offer in regarding to ADU fees, because we do have an opportunity, a period of time that we can develop those incentive programs. Am I saying that right? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Julie, do you have some?
Well,
further
I was just,
question?
they haven't identified that as an issue, the timing of our fee study for the.
They have not, but I would offer, if the council would like us to, what we can do is go back and prepare some, proposed revisions to ADU programs or additional ADU programs to further incentivize anyone who wants to make a deed restriction and make their ADU available to lower income households. We can bring back those proposals to you as part of the May 31st. And so you could consider that if you wanted.
May I just clarify, though, that before we got to specific amounts, I would want to make sure that I'm very much looking forward to this fee study to make sure that our numbers are updated, they're all good, so we know how much it costs us, and then we can look at what the incentive would be. So for example, we know how much it costs us, and then we can come up with a percentage or a particular amount.
Sure, there may be incentives that are not fee-based as
Okay.
well, right? That's what I meant. I meant other options. The levers that are available to the town are, timing and cost, not only cost. So there may be other options that could be brought forward that would have a beneficial effect for the homeowner without necessarily costing the town,
But we could
fees.
say we will lessen fees. Oh,
I just had one other comment about the post office, and you seem to say that we didn't have to do the units directly above the post office building, that we just had to do it in that general vicinity, but it looks to me like the language in program 3B is very specific. As part of a future renovation, the post office building will be redeveloped and workforce housing. It looks like it's pretty
Yes.
much tying us to that structure.
So again, that could be, the reason for that is to speak to the community concerns. It's not out of any requirement that HCD is making. It was more to broadcast to the community that we'd heard the concerns and taken them on board. But that language could be modified, but then we would want to be conscious of making sure that the community members who would express concern about that wouldn't feel like they were backtracking on anything that had been discussed previously.
back to the fee incentivization, we can still put something in without having dollar amounts, is that right? I mean, as far as, a way of telling the state that we intend to incentivize deed restricting ADUs with, fee reductions, even if it turns, of course, we don't want to incentivize more than we can afford, but we can still put something in without an amount, correct?
Sure, we can identify mechanisms and yeah.
Elizabeth Breckus, do you have some further question?
No.
Okay. Anybody else on council?
I have one other question. It seems like on the post office program 3B, it seems like the dates that are mentioned in the blue bullet points are not the same dates that are mentioned in the objectives and the timeframe. So if we are to stick with the post office as part of what we're submitting, I think we want to just make sure that those dates and the objectives and the timeframe are consistent with what's identified in the bullet points above.
They're okay. Yes, we'd certainly double check that. They're intended to be
Thank you.
the same, so.
Yeah, I think they're different. But, my eyes are glazing over, frankly.
Anyone on council have any further questions for staff?
I have one more.
Okay,
The, the data point about seniors spending more than X amount above income. I mean, I just want to, if I'm correct, I just want to make clear that that's a data point, but it doesn't mean that those people aren't sitting in on other available income that allows them to comfortably live with spending the amount that they are spending on housing, correct?
That could be. It's based on census information. So yes, I don't think that. I think that's an income. It doesn't necessarily account for any investments that they may have that are not generating income. So that's a point.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from members of council? If not, we'll open it to the public for any comment that they may have. Is anyone in the chamber wish to make a public comment? I see none. Are there any members of the public on Zoom who wish to make a public comment?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Since this is a non-action item, but it may be appropriate now for people to indicate to staff they're thinking about changes that are needed. And so I'll entertain that kind of comment at this time.
And actually, before that, I have a really quick question about, the mitigation measures for transportation. Which I had mentioned that, that I thought that what was written, that the 10, providing electric bicycles was something the town couldn't do. Is that something we're talking about tonight also, or is that something for later?
It's not necessarily as part of the conversation for tonight, but you're welcome to make that observation now, and we can take a note of it.
I mean, I was just going to point out that, again, mitigating transportation issues with electric bicycles is a great idea, but I don't think the town should be in the business of providing and maintaining electric bicycles for anyone who's at the Civic Center site. And we could just have as a way of mitigation that the town will work with a developer who will provide bicycle storage. And then that's our mitigation. So we implied the use of bicycles.
If I may, I think it's not on the agenda tonight.
So that's not,
Yeah, May 31st,
okay, so never
you
mind.
can make that comment and.
In May, okay.
And we can make that correction on the record if we want to get rid of that
Okay.
mitigation.
Okay, so then back to where I started. I think that this council should remove the post office site. I don't think that moving those 6 units from the parking area of the post office to on top of the post office met in any way the concerns of the community. They didn't want any housing in the downtown area, the civic area. And with the wording and we will do this, we will do that, it's certainly possible that there are, nonprofits who would help out and make this happen. And if the community doesn't want it, I don't think we should commit to it in this document. So I would propose that we put 3 more in the Civic Center, take off the post office, put 3 in the Civic Center, and see if we can put 3 elsewhere. If not, we reduce our buffer by 3.
Elizabeth Breckus?
For the reasons why I supported putting the housing at the post office, not more at the Civic Center, where I think it's going to be harder to actually realistically have those. I still think that the Civic Center is the right place. And if that housing was built, I don't think it would be a huge hardship to people. I think logistically, it's hard to imagine it because, we'd all want developers to pay for the post office. Or it just would be a hard site, in my opinion, with the 2-story post office. So I still think it's the right site for that. So I'm not supportive of that. And I just don't want to eliminate, or I don't want to have any risk that this is not approved. I really know that all of us want to do as much as we can to incentivize the most realistic new housing that we can do in Ross, which will be ADUs. And just to clarify my questions about, deed restricted, in case people didn't follow from the last discussions, you don't have to rent to those, you just have to deed restrict it. And that's what we will I think, try and encourage people to do, because I think it makes a lot of sense for people that will be creating housing for relatives or, caretakers. I don't think it's problematic, and I think it actually does add housing. So I still support the idea of the amendments that have been proposed by staff.
Julie?
So I just want to make sure I understand, Elizabeth, what you're saying. You still support having the 6 units above the post office? Is that what you're saying?
I do.
Okay. I don't support that. I think we should explore moving as many units as we possibly can to the Civic Center. And then I still think we have an ample buffer. And I think that's the way that we should go.
Bill, do you have any comments?
Well, I'm reluctant to do anything that would delay the process of certification. I really think we have some urgency here to get this certified. And while I got some reassurance this might not set us back, I still think there's a risk that there would be some delay in terms of the state's review of this. My further comment is that in looking at this language here, even if we were to keep this, I think we should modify the language, because it says the building will be redeveloped with workforce housing in a format that preserves public parking on site for use of post office patrons. No, it would go beyond that. For use of town residents accessing that part of town. The people who park there they're not exclusively people using the post office. In fact, I think most of the people are not. That's simply the only available parking in that area. Secondly, we do want to preserve, if something were to happen, we have to preserve the traffic circulation pattern. It couldn't just be a dead end. I mean, everybody relies on passage through there to make various turns in the downtown area. Now, of course, if we just eliminate this, then that problem goes away. But I have to say, I'm somewhat conflicted on this. I really would not want to see any further delay.
Julie?
Would it be possible for you, Andrew, and Rebecca to have a chat with HCD and tell them that we are considering moving 3 of the units from the post office to the Civic Center, and otherwise not have any units at the post office? And would that satisfy them before we submit the final to make sure that we keep on schedule?
I think we can try. I know that they're in the throes of reviewing many housing elements, not only from the Bay Area, but throughout the state. And so it was difficult to get one meeting with them. It might be challenging to get another one also before the 31st, and also in considering packet timing. But what I would say, sort of as a framing comment, is HCD is very focused on the feasibility, and to the extent that we make the argument that actually it's more feasible to do, say, 9 units at the Civic Center site than 6 and 6, and if the council directs it to look at additional incentives for deed restricted ADUs, then and overall this is a more feasible program that has wider support in the community, then I think HCD would be amenable to that amendment.
That would be my preference, obviously. I mean, it sounds like it's not such a big change that it could indeed be approved. And other sites are coming off of our list and other people's lists, so it's not like we're the only group that takes some sites off. So
as long as
that's what I would really strongly hope we do. I don't want us to be in a position of, I would much rather scramble for extra ADUs and rezone than find that, gee, people are coming forward and we're being held to build at the post office where the communities said they don't want housing.
As long as there's
Could I have
one
further comment?
It's not just minus.
I mean, perhaps this could be presented to HCD as a concern on our part that this really may not be feasible. So many things have to come together here. Consent by the post office, negotiations with the post office, and so forth, that it appears more feasible that these would actually get built at the Civic Center, even though there are some challenges there. And that is why we are removing it. And if you think that might assuage them, then I suppose I could support eliminating this part of the plan. I should also comment, I don't think there's anything that would prevent us from later, if we're really in a jam, adding it back in. I mean, and saying, okay, hey, we found out that after all that we can do this. I mean, as I said, a lot of things would have to come together, but it's not impossible. But that gives us the option of later doing that after discussion with the town.
It's true that it's easier to add in than take away, is that correct? I mean, once it's approved?
I mean, I guess
Or is it
it
just
all,
the
it all
progress?
it all depends. I mean, it depends where, it depends the extent. You'd have to think about, environmental review, because if we're choosing a brand new site that hadn't been analyzed before, then that might trigger another round of environmental review, but it depends.
Okay. Yeah. You did.
With the exception that I am opposed, that I support putting housing in the post office parking lot, but I do not support putting housing on top of the post office. I think that's just where are we going to get our mail for 2 or 3 years? I mean, it's just a unmanageable thing to even suggest, because it's not, I don't think it's at all realistic. With that exception, I don't really have any big quarrel with what you've done, and I really appreciate it. Anyone else have any comments on the council manager? Krista.
Excuse me. Thank you. I want to make sure that we're really clear about what we're doing and what the consensus of the council is, because we do have a deadline. So I was just looking at my calendar, and your meeting is where you're going to be asked to review and adopt the housing element, and the environmental document is on May 31st. And we have to have the revised housing element document out on the streets 7 days before. So that would make it the 23rd or the 24th. And that means we have to have time our consultant staff and our attorney have to have time to put it all together. So I'm really thinking that the deadline to have this thing all together is a week from today. And so I want to make sure that is the consensus to take the units off the post office site, remove that site from the housing inventory site now, and then our consultant and our staff can try to get some feedback from HCD, but will you be able to get that in 1 week's time? We're not going to be able to come back to the council with HCD's feedback in the next week and get this done. So I want to make sure we have consensus from the council. You want us to take it out and then get some feedback, or not take it out? I'm not clear. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe it's helpful if I state what I think I heard, and
Okay.
you can tell me. What I think I'm hearing is that the post office site should be removed, and that 3 units from the post office site should be shifted to the Civic Center, for a total of 9 at the Civic Center, 0 at the post office. And then additionally, you'd like us to look at other programs, whether it's amending existing programs or possibly adding in new programs which offer additional incentives for homeowners who build an ADU and deed restrict it for lower income households, as a way to offset the loss of the net loss of 3 units at the post office.
That's what I
Does
understand.
anybody disagree with what Andrew has said?
I don't disagree. I do understand, as the town manager indicated, that realistically, trying to get feedback from HED in a week, it just may not be possible. But would it be possible then to make some additional statement somewhere explaining why we're doing this,
Yes.
the rationale, and it shouldn't be a problem, that they will at least see that.
Yes, absolutely. So I should explain, when we so after the council, adopts the housing element, we will then resubmit it to HCD in a red line format so they can also see what changes have been made. But we'll also submit we've made a matrix of their comments, like comment by comment, and we'll say how we've responded, how and where in the document they can find the response to their comments. And so that matrix is a vehicle for explaining the context. We also send a cover letter, so it can go in the cover letter as well. And then additionally, when we met with HCD staff on Monday, so technically when we resubmit the element, HCD has 60 days to do their next round of review, but they've told us that they'll give us an interim report out at 30 days. What typically happens is they'll cross off, many items from the list that they think have been resolved, and then they'll just focus on whatever. If there are other remaining items that need to be buttoned up, they'll work with us through that 60-day period. And so we will have opportunities to speak with them and to explain the context and get feedback through all of those vehicles.
Councilmember Breckus has a comment.
Well, I guess I just want to make people, to me, if I moved into Ross and the post office were 2 stories versus the one, it's really 2 stories now because there's one underground, but let's say it was 2 stories high or 3 stories high. I don't think, and it looked the same. I don't think aesthetically that would destroy anything about this town. And I just want to caution people. For those of you who've driven by the Larkspur project that is 4 stories high and people are not happy, that's what people will see on Sir Francis Drake right next to the Civic Center in order to fit 9 units there. So you guys have heard from some people about the post office, which is a falling down building and needs to be redone. It's a not terrible condition. But yet, to rebuild it is going to be expensive. And I agree with Beach's point about it being hard to imagine, but we are going to do the Civic Center. And so we know we're going to do it. We know that that's going to be an opportunity. And I just want to make sure you all understand that to fit 9 units on that small little site, you're going to be looking at a high rise. And I'm not sure you guys are really taking that in. So to me, balancing some housing here, some housing there, we know some might get developed, some might not. I think we need to be aggressive with our ADU thing because I think that's what's really going to get built here in Ross practically. But I just do want to caution you. I'm not sure are you really signing on to 4 or 5 stories? Because that's a big structure. And it's one everyone's going to pass, and you haven't put it there, so nobody's objected to that. But I think if you put it out realistically to residents, they might say, no, I don't want to see that either.
I have confidence that the layout of the 9 units at the Civic Center can be figured out so that we're not looking at a 4-story building.
Well, there's parking on the first floor, right? So that's one story.
What? Can you say that again?
There's parking on the first floor at the Civic Center for those units. So that's 1 story. So how do you get 9 units and you not have 4 stories?
I think I walked that space, and there's a lot of space. That Public Works yard, the public yard is very large. And I think we should try to get more units there and leave it to the architect to figure out the best layout and not assume that the units are going to be stacked on top of each other.
If I could just say something as well, there is the notion of a reciprocal parking agreement. And should we go from some of our concepts here at the Civic Center site, we are going from 26 parking spaces to 40. So there could be, if the units are increased at the Civic Center site, we could have some reciprocal parking agreement with the actual town staff parking or Magic. So there are ways to get around some of the huge ground floor parking garage.
And I'm still okay going ahead. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm still okay going ahead with what we've kind of, seems to be the consensus. I think Nothing's perfect. I think it's just the best approach at this point.
Elizabeth, your hand was up, but it went down.
Correct.
And now it's in the down status.
No comment.
Okay. Have you gotten enough to know where to go?
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
If that's the case, we'll close this item, and we will at long last move on to item 16, 63 Laurel Grove. This is on part 2 of
So
our.
item
public-
13 is next.
What?
Item 13 is next.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry. Item 13, the town council introduction of an ordinance amending Title VI of the Ross Municipal Code regarding usable foodware.
Okay, yes, good evening. On March 9th, sorry about that. On March 9th, 2023, the town council directed staff to prepare an ordinance regarding reusable foodware. Tonight, it is recommended that the town council introduce an ordinance amending Title VI of the Ross Municipal Code regarding reusable foodware and schedule consideration of adoption of the ordinance for the June 15th, 2023 council meeting. The town of Ross is seeking to adopt a foodware ordinance to require foodware to be reusable or compostable and prohibit plastic foodware through this proposed reusable foodware ordinance. On May 10th, 2022, the County of Marin adopted its reusable foodware ordinance. And at this time, Tiburon, Fairfax, Larkspur, and San Anselmo have adopted the ordinance, and San Rafael, Sausalito, Mill Valley, and Novato have had the first reading of their ordinance. The proposed ordinance would cover all entities selling prepared food to the public in the town of Ross, including restaurants, grocery stores, and delis, bakeries, carry-out, quick services, farmers markets, food trucks, and any other business that requires a health permit. Some of the ordinance features include takeout disposable foodware must be natural fiber. Takeout foodware accessories must be natural fiber, compostable, and available only upon request or at a self-service takeout station. Reusable foodware and utensils must be used if a customer is dining in at a restaurant. All food vendors shall charge customers 25 cents at the point of sale for every non-reusable cup provided. If the town of Ross adopts the county's model ordinance without changes and within 12 months of county adoption, the county's Environmental Health Division will take on the role of enforcement through the food inspection program, and the one-time enforcement fees would be waived. The county has acknowledged that not all council calendars line up with the May 10th deadline. Because the town of Ross has initiated the process by identifying the 2 hearing dates, which are tonight and June 15th, the county has agreed to waive the one-time enforcement fee, which for Ross, it's $621. The intent is to encourage countywide adoption of this ordinance. And I am available for questions should you have any.
No one has questions? Okay, we'll go to open for public comment. Is there anyone in the room, in the chambers, who wishes to comment on this particular item? Seeing none, how about on Zoom?
There's no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, bring it back to the council for discussion and possible action.
Move to approve.
Second.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Mayor Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
All right, with vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, that brings us to item 14, Town Council consideration whether to regulate short-term residential rentals and provide policy guidance to staff on what action should be taken. Rebecca?
Yes, good evening once again. Staff is asking that the town council consider whether to regulate short-term residential rentals and provide policy guidance to staff on what action should be taken, if any. Consideration of short-term rentals within the town has been on ongoing discussion since February 2015, when the town council determined that regulation was not warranted. In 2016, the town council identified that short-term rentals would provide both opportunities and challenges and requested staff to solicit further input from the community before a decision on the matter could be made. In 2016, a 12-question survey was sent to the town-wide email distribution list. The town received 165 responses, and the respondents were divided in supporting regulating short-term rentals and not regulating them at all. At the 2016 town council meeting, the town council decided to a wait-and-see approach and decided to continue the policy discussion to a future date. On January 12th, 2023, the town council requested a review and discussion of short-term rentals in the town. Currently, the town of Ross does not regulate short-term rentals for single-family dwellings. The accessory dwelling unit section of the municipal code requires rentals of ADUs for a term longer than 30 days. Tonight, there are 3 options for council to consider. Number 1 is to prohibit short-term rentals. The town can decide to implement a prohibition on short-term rentals via an amendment to the municipal code. The town can use existing code enforcement or adopt a code amendments to enforce the municipal code. Enforcement can occur on a complaint basis, or the town could increase its enforcement capabilities by contracting with a firm that utilizes software to search the internet for local listings with the ability to identify the address of an online posting, which greatly enhances enforcement potential. Or the town could allow short-term rentals. The town could continue allowing short-term rentals without registration or fees, as we are doing now. The third option is the town council could allow short-term rentals with regulations. The town could require fees and levy a transient occupancy tax, which would require a ballot measure to enact. The town could also contract with a firm that utilizes that same software. Additionally, the town can regulate occupancy numbers, number of days rented per reservation, and/or per year, per month, and on-site residency of owner. As of writing the staff report, staff has received 12 emails, 12 emails in support of regulating short-term rentals, ranging from not allowing them to placing regulations so that they could be allowed. Tonight, we are asking for direction on the regulatory options mentioned above.
Does any member of the council have questions? Bill Kircher?
I have a couple of questions. I read through the emails and the staff report, but I still don't really have a clear picture in mind of how many short-term rentals we have in Ross, who the renters are, and what their situation is. In other words, what are they looking to do? Get more revenue? Are they in business, the business of renting out properties on a short-term basis, or are they maybe older retired couples who spend the summers somewhere else and they want to rent their houses out? I'd like to know a little more about that. I'd like to know a little bit more about who the renters are. Why are they renting these houses? Are they there for a reunion? Are they there for maybe a retreat? Are they coming to see for family events like weddings and so forth? Or are they here to party? Which I doubt, but that's certainly the case in some destinations that I've been to. They're there to party, such as Balboa Island, for example. And then I've seen lots of references to complaints, but what are the complaints? I mean, what are the problems? loud noises, parking problems, vandalism? How frequent are those complaints and what's the nature of them? I'm sorry, that's a lot all rolled into one, but I guess my issue is I understand the overall issues. I just don't have enough specifics to really go one way or another on this.
So in the time I've been here, I've received 2 complaints about short-term rentals. And, they weren't about noise, they weren't about trash, they weren't about parking. It was just there. I think there's an Airbnb next door to me. I think one of the emails that we did receive, there was somebody in favor of being allowed to rent out their home during the summer when they go away on vacation. So other than that, it's been quiet for me for the year in terms of having any data for you for short-term rentals.
And I had a further question about the other jurisdictions, some of which prohibit rentals, some of which permit them, some of which have conditions, and one in particular, Mill Valley, that apparently does regulate these units. But do you know what the nature of the regulation is? For example, do they put a limit on how often you can rent these out, or to how many people? Or do they have specifics about noise or parking?
They do. I actually printed it out today and took a look at it. They have a registration fee. They have required conditions to qualify for a short-term rental, which are the rental space must be a legally permitted space. If you have a single-family dwelling and an ADU, you can't rent both of those out simultaneously. They have terms of agreement, a violation of terms. So they have, it's laid out fairly well. They have a registration form. Yes, if we were interested in regulating, we could model it after Mill Valley's.
Well, isn't the first question here whether this is a problem or a sufficient problem to justify putting in a bunch of regulations?
Can we discuss, or do we have to, is
Just
this,
have to open it to the public hearing.
I'd love to comment, but do we have to ask for comments from the public before we discuss?
No, we can ask questions.
Oh, that seemed like a discussion.
All right.
Is there a problem?
Does anybody have further questions? Julie, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, were we to continue to allow short-term rentals, but with regulation, how much of a burden, because it would depend on what we're regulating, how we're regulating it, but I'm just wondering, do we have the capacity for people in town to follow up and do all this regulation? It seems kind of burdensome.
Yeah, I think it would take, a significant amount of staff time. I guess it would depend how we regulate them, but yeah, we are a fairly, tight staff here.
Councilmember Breckus has a comment.
Well, to Bill's question, I thought the staff report identified 3 short-term rentals presently. And my review of the one prior time when we reviewed it before, at that time, there were 3 short-term rentals. Am I getting that right?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot about the one on Baywood. That I had not received that direct complaint, but I've received the other ones on Shady and Upper.
And again, the complaints that I recall from this discussion coming up twice before, when I was on council before today, the complaint was, I don't like a short-term rental next to me. It wasn't about a party, a noise, parking. And it's the same that you've heard.
Correct.
Anyone else have any questions? Bill?
I do, and the town manager had a comment as well.
Will you go ahead with your question?
Let me ask my additional question. There's a reference to the host compliance digital enforcement program. Is that, could you describe what that is?
Yes, to my best ability. I haven't actually used the software, but I understand it's a software that searches the internet for short-term rentals from all of the sites. I guess, people who are using, who are not in towns where they're not allowed, people will have other sites, not Airbnb or VRBO. There's other places you can rent these from, that host compliance would then contact us, let us know there's a short-term rental located in your town. I think they also have the ability to actually send out the compliance letters themselves, or, create the compliance letter for staff, and then we would send them out. I did have a demo with them, but I just didn't have the time to go through with it. But if it's something that we're interested in, I will certainly sit through their demo.
Is it-
Krista?
Excuse me, one more question
Oh,
there.
sure.
Is there a significant expense to the town to use that software? And would it also constitute a significant burden for town staff?
I'm guessing the software would help town staff in terms of time management. I don't have the cost on what it is currently.
I was thinking of using it just to explore further how much of a problem we do have, how many people are really doing this, during what periods of time, and are there patterns here, so that we can make a more informed decision. But that's why I asked whether it would be a significant expense or imposition on the town staff.
When it came to council in 2017, the host compliance was estimated to be between 27 and 35,000, and that was in 2017.
Krista?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of responses to the last inquiries is in regards to host compliance. I did check in with the town manager of Fairfax yesterday because the town of Fairfax recently engaged host compliance, and their experience has not been positive thus far, and primarily because host compliance was purchased by a company called Granicus, which does a lot of local government websites and software that manages the council agenda process and report processing, and that because of that purchase, the town of Fairfax believes it has not been getting the level of service that they were marketed, that they signed on for. And then also the feedback was that while host compliance, and there might be there's probably a competitor out there that does something similar, they assist town staff into identifying properties that are engaging in that use proactively, instead of, code enforcement or code compliance is primarily reactive, as we respond to complaints. That's usually how we and the vast majority of cities operate. So code compliance is supposed to be a proactive way of identifying them. And then once they identify them, while maybe in some cities that company might send out a letter to the property owner saying, we saw that you have your property listed on blank site, and we want to let you know that that is prohibited, or that in this town, or that you have to, or it is regulated, and here is what you need to do to be in compliance. But then after it gets past that point, it becomes a code enforcement issue, and they don't have the authority. It has to come to town staff to actually enforce. So that's just my feedback about that particular company and Fairfax's recent experience. But then in response to Councilmember McMillan's inquiry about how much staff it would take, so as our planning director said, yes, it's really how the council would choose to regulate it. If it's a matter of setting up a registration system and putting regulating it because what's the problem that we're trying to solve? So some communities like Newport Beach always had a big problem with trash. The owners of their vacation rentals wouldn't get enough trash service. And so in response to that, they've always had a ministerial program, but they required any property owner that wanted to have a vacation rental had to show that they were paying for additional pickups. So it depends on what problem you're trying to solve. One of the things that's very, very difficult to enforce is, and I know in the city of Laguna Beach, they wanted to prohibit it, but then the Coastal Commission wouldn't let them. So they came into they were doing a little bit more of a site-specific. So there were a lot pages of conditions put on each property depending on input from the neighbors, what the neighbors were most concerned about. It could be noise on a side balcony that was that was impacting their property. A lot of their issues were more about parking. They have a lot of parking constraints there. And so in response to that, the council and the planning commission would tend to do things like say, you can have your short-term rental for 5 weeks of the year. Well, it's impossible to enforce that. You really are dependent on the property owner being forthcoming about and being good players and good neighbors on what they're doing. And so I would, if the council wants to go down this route, that's something we need to we really need to tailor and to think about enforcement, because then even if the council wants a certain level of a certain type of condition, then the neighbors say, well, look, you've got this, you have a condition on that property. Town, you need to enforce this. And the ability of us to get proof that they're actually not in compliance is incredibly difficult. And then once you even have proof, in order to get it to that next level of, I think it's usually an administrative citation, and it starts to involve a lot of legal costs. So, you also have to be prepared to tweak it as time goes on. So you would be spending time as a council, because you don't have a planning commission to tweak it and hear from all the people involved. So you can keep it kind of simple, and it's a registration process. Maybe you have a list of standard conditions. One of the conditions that proves to be popular is a lot of neighbors are concerned that if there's a party, if there's a parking issue, if there's a garbage issue, they want to have a phone number of somebody that they can call 24 hours a day that will respond to their complaint. And so you can put on a condition which says they always have to have an emergency contact available. And in some cases, it's posted clearly on the property somewhere. Now, harder to do here because the lots you have much better setbacks. So there's so many different things that can happen. And sorry, I've dealt with it for a long time, so I know about different programs, but we will do what the council the consensus of the council is.
Does any member of the council have any further questions?
Oh, this regards numbers of houses on for short-term rental. Is it possible that the number is 18 and not 3, as that email suggested?
Yeah, these are complaints that I have received. I haven't searched Airbnb and VRBO. I just,
But there was that one email that had someone had looked at the at the listings and had concluded that there were 18 houses in Ross that were short-term rentals, and I was just asking, is it possible that that's the number in town?
It's possible. I looked at some of those links, but it took a while. Some of them were in San Anselmo. So I did the first page, I think, of those, yeah.
Thanks.
Have you checked whether, when the last time we did this, I looked online, and if you look online, you'll see 15 or 20 houses that are listed under Ross. But in fact, when you look at them closely, they're not in Ross.
That was some of the links that were sent to us, yes.
But some of them are in Ross, and I was surprised by some of the ones that I looked at. They are definitely in Ross. I recognize them. So it's not just the 3 that are in the staff report where Rebecca has received complaints. There are many more in Ross based on that list that we received. I'm trying to frame it as a question, and I didn't.
Do you think that might be true?
Yes. I do see someone on Zoom who does have a question or have a comment.
Anyone else have any questions? If not, we'll open it to the public. Is there anybody here in the chambers who wants to talk about it? Looks like there isn't. Is there anybody at Zoom?
Yes, one moment. Laura Dewar.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. I'm Laura Dewar. I live at Two Crest Road. I was not planning to speak up, but I think Bill had asked what are the complaints. So I feel inclined to share with you guys. The main thing is really a safety concern for my 2 young girls. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. The property across the street from us is not the primary residence of the owner. It's basically operating a commercial enterprise in a residentially zoned neighborhood. So really, it's the safety of my children that is motivating me to speak tonight. The other things I'd like to say, it takes away from the housing stock that you guys have just spent a lot of time talking about how to increase to make it someone's income property operating a hotel. It also takes away from the much needed long-term rentals. I know many friends or some friends, those are difficult to find in Ross, and I do support that. I think it's great for the community. It also takes away from the neighborhood character and the community that makes Ross so special to have transient people coming through for 5 nights or 3 nights or whatever it is. Having at least a 30-day night stay changes the type of person that could be staying there, and it makes the property owner more, thoughtful of who they allow there. I know it's late, quickly, just a few more points. The house that is across the street from us that has created this issue for my family even has its own advertising on Instagram for their guest house, holiday house, vacation house. So it really demonstrates that it's a commercial enterprise, and I think it's really important that the town addresses this and moves this forward. I think that's it for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
There's not.
Okay. This last comment. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for deliberation. And I'm going to take the liberty of starting by saying we haven't answered the question of whether it's worth the effort of what's going on creates a sufficient problem for it to be worth it to install these various mechanisms that we've talked about for this kind of a process. The one that the resident just talked about sounds like they're running a commercial business out of their house, and they should be at least told that they got to get a business license.
I have talked to that homeowner.
And what's his reaction?
It's different than Laura's comments. They say they also live in Ross. This is their secondary home in Ross. They have family that comes and stays from, I think, Europe for long periods of time. And when their family is not there, they do rent it out as a short-term rental. But, you know, that's what they say. Yeah.
I just think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. Julie?
I think we could just prohibit any rentals shorter than 30 days, and that way we don't need any regulation. It's no extra work for the staff. It allows people to continue to make their homes available, but for a longer term, for a, you know, for a better reason than just running a business out of their home. They can plan ahead when they go on vacation. They can rent it out for 31 days. I think one thing that people haven't really said is that people do not move to Ross to live next to a short-term rental. That's not why people move here. They move here for the community and the school, and it changes the character of the neighborhood by having short-term rentals. I also don't think that we want to be in the business of having short-term rentals and making the staff try to get people to comply. I think that would be a nightmare. So I think it's a good compromise to have 30 days or more for short-term rentals without any regulation.
How are we going to enforce it?
I think people will complain if it's shorter than 30 days. People will know.
And then what?
Well, then, you know, we got to go down a path.
Well, that's exactly, what's that path?
But if we're not there yet, maybe that's not an unreasonable way to start. That, I mean, I think I've heard from people enough to think that there is a problem. It's not huge, but it really does get right at the very fabric of what people live in Ross for, which is the neighborhood, the community. And if a house is turning over every week or every couple of weeks, that changes the whole fabric of the neighborhood. If
What are we
limit-
going
if we
to
limit
do? Are we going to send Chief Patty in with his
Well,
gun drawn?
Well, you know, I think we could start with, say, as Julie says, like a 30-day minimum
Okay.
without enforcement, and see where that gets us. And maybe that will solve the problem. If not, then we could discuss, do we just back off and, you know, surrender? Or do we decide we need to pay money and have some sort of enforcement? But it's not, I don't think it's unreasonable to say 30 days. We certainly got a lot of correspondence about it, that people were very much in favor of, you know, keeping a neighborhood feel by not having houses turn over. So
We hadn't heard about it since 2017 or 2018. When you put something on the agenda, you invite comments.
I do think there are probably 18 houses and not everyone's happy about it. I mean, you know, if you live near one of those houses and you have weekends where people are coming, having parties, I think that's what people are not wanting to see happen. And I don't think that a kind of a gingerly gesture of 30 days, not even enforcing unless it's complaint, and see where that leaves us, isn't a bad way to start. And
I
maybe
thi-
end.
Elizabeth Breckus?
Thank you. You know, I feel like this item got placed because of one complaint, and that's just frustrating. We shouldn't have an agenda item that gets put on our agenda because of one complaint. And when we had this, I was seeing maybe 5, when I looked at the links, I was seeing maybe 5 residences, but that doesn't mean they're being rented all the time. And in fact, I saw one that I remember coming before us in 2017 and saying, yeah, we put it on there, and, you know, allows us to go to Europe for a week and afford that during the summer. I'm a Airbnb renter and I rent for less than 30 days. I don't consider myself a transient that should alarm people's children. We had a past city manager, our last city manager, rented Airbnb short-term rental because he didn't want to couldn't afford to buy a house in Marin County. And so he would rent and then go back home on the weekend to his place. This is a problem in search of this is a solution in search of a problem. We have not had complaints. We have had 2 complaints in the last year. I haven't heard of any complaints since 2017. In 2017, we were told there were 3 homes and we weren't having complaints except for the concept and idea of having short-term rentals. And I just think that this is really ridiculous. And as our town manager said, so somebody suspects that it's less than 30 days. Now what, we're going to stake out that home and try and figure out if that group left and another group arrived? What about people that want to come and visit their kids, grandkids for a week during Christmas? Okay, so you can go to San Anselmo, but you can't be in Ross. We're happy to have you rent a house, but let's not be in our community. I really think that this is a ridiculous item. And I think, I couldn't disagree. I thought that one of the residents who wrote in support had a lot of good reasons. These are people who come into the community for a short term and there's nothing nefarious about it. And I can't believe that we, for sure, if we had complaints about parties and, I would be supportive of it. But because we don't, I'm not supportive of it.
Julie?
We did have 3 complaints. The staff report says we have had 3 complaints in the last year. And I think in my mind, I think our community is more like Tiburon and Belvedere and Mill Valley, Larkspur than it is, the county of Marin or San Rafael or Novato. So I don't look at this as complaint driven. I look at this as more preserving the character of our community. And the reason why people move here is not to live next to an Airbnb. That's not why people are paying $4 million to move to our town.
Anyone else on the council have any comments? Bill?
Well, there may be some sort of a reliance here on the fact that we don't have any regulation and we haven't had regulation. I would still like to know more about the people who actually are renting their properties out. Why are they doing this? I mean, here's an example. It's a complete hypothetical, but it's an older retired couple. They love Ross. They're having trouble paying their property taxes, and every summer they go to visit family on the East Coast, and they rent their house out and they use that money to pay their property taxes. I mean, I don't know whether that hypothetical couple exists, but I mean, we're saying, okay, you've been able to do it, now you can't. And I mean, if we're going to do something, I think we need to kind of give some notice and phase this out. I don't think we should just abruptly say, okay, today you can and tomorrow you can't. But my concern is I just don't feel I have enough information to really either think of us of a halfway solution here, or just come out with a total ban.
Okay, well, we're not going to get that information tonight. Does somebody want to make some motion?
Well, let me just comment on, or, share a thought with Bill. I mean, I sort of understand wanting to, think about who these people are. But I think the concern, and like hearing Laura speak, I mean, she's not the only one who's, found herself next to a house that's used a lot. I mean, you don't really want to be, I don't think, I think that a month doesn't limit most people who are renting for reasons that you're suggesting. I think what this would do is make it so that you could complain if your next door neighbor with a swimming pool has a different party every weekend with different people. And I think that's not what you expect in Ross. I mean, I kind of keep getting back to what Julie says. You don't move to Ross to live next to a house that's turning over and over. It's fine to live next to a house that's being rented. That's totally fine. And certainly a summer rental or, 30 days, that just really changes the whole landscape to me. It's really the 5 days, 7 days, weekend, and with a lot of swimming pools in Ross, that's how these houses look like they're being marketed. At least I looked at all of those listings that were emailed. And so I think, as Julie says, you don't move to Ross to live next to a business, 30 days doesn't limit what most people would want to do. It doesn't, it's not that restrictive. And if we set that, and, you know, if we could phase it in, we could say, you know, maybe people have booked people through the summer or something. I mean, maybe there is like, you know, you don't like suddenly change it if people have reservations or something. I mean, maybe it gets phased in, you know, September 1, January, something. But we see how it works, and we see if the families who are complaining because the house next door turns over and over and over every weekend, if that gets better, and if it gets better without our staff time, then I feel like it's a win for everybody.
Okay.
That the problems that you're describing don't exist.
But Laura's is sort of saying.
I
they
have
do.
talked to the resident that rents that house out, and she categorically denies that she has rented it for more than, she says she's had family stay in there. But other than that, she's rented it, I can't remember, she said 2 or 3 times.
Well,
So
if that's the case, then this wouldn't affect her.
I'm not really hearing much more than,
We're saying the same things over and over. Does somebody want to make a motion?
yeah, I move that we not approve a short-term rental regulations.
I second the motion.
It's just direction to staff for right now, but it'd be good to know whether there's 2 people who don't want to regulate. Is there a third?
It kind of comes down to you, Bill, because Julie and I clearly feel.
I'm not ready to make a decision. I'm seldom in this spot, but I don't feel I have enough information.
Well, do you
So
want
I
to
guess-
move to continue it and ask staff to get this information you want? I mean, we're saying the same stuff over and over. Krista?
Mayor, in response to Councilmember Kirchner, I just wanted kind of, let's dig a little deeper into what information is it that you're looking for? So I heard you say you're looking for information on the people the property owners that are engaging in this activity, and you want to know why, or what the circumstances.
Yes.
Right?
How many and why, and how often?
So I know that there was a survey done back in 2016, 2017. I mean, we could pursue something similar. I guess my concern with that is that, well, we could do the resident that sent in the links. We could look at those particular properties, and the ones that are in the town limits, we could send a letter to the property owner. I'm trying to figure out how do we actually get at it, because there most likely are people that are engaging. We'd like to think that everybody is very forthcoming and honest, and maybe everybody is that way in Ross. In my experience, that hasn't always been the case with this function in other communities. And so we'd have to figure out, so who is engaging in the activity? And I don't believe that we really do know who is engaging in this activity. So we'd have to, I guess the starting point, Rebecca, could be those links that the residents set in, the ones that are in Ross. We could send a letter or call or walk by their house and talk to them, right? We could do that.
But do we have any right to ask them, like, why are you renting and what's your situation?
Well, they might say,
Yeah, none of your business. Or
They
they
might
could say,
say-
great, thank you for your
but
interest.
Somebody asked me that question,
we
I'd
could-
say none of your business.
but we could ask them that. And okay, so that's, and I'm totally, we're open to any ideas if you have other, how we can get at your question.
I think I have talked to the people in the staff report, and I think they would be willing to give me data on that, when they do it, who they're renting it to, why they're doing it. But beyond that, I haven't talked to anybody else, so I could contact those people on those links and see where, what
So we would
happens.
get 2 or 3 people to tell us that.
Probably.
And we're gonna assume that represents the community.
And not to throw a wrench into this too, but there also is a phenomenon that's really common on the Monterey Peninsula where I have close friends and family that live, and a couple of the communities, well, so Carmel and Monterey prohibit rentals, short-term rentals. But what ends up happening is people advertise it for 30, so you can advertise on Airbnb and VRBO as a 30-day or more rental, but then they just don't rent it for the whole time. And so there's, there is an incentive for property. If a property owner wants to do this, it's really, it's difficult to keep them from doing it. But what else, Councilmember Kircher, what's the other data you want? I'd really like to get it for you if we can.
I think there's, any way we approach this, it's going to be a lot of work. And it may still not tell us that much. It's hard to collect and people may not be forthcoming. So I think I'm inclined to go with the group that does not want to do something now, with a proviso that if we get more complaints, I'd like to revisit it. So that would be my inclination. That's alternative A. Alternative B would be, if there were to be a ban, I'd want it to take effect quite a ways in the future, like a year later, and have a specific ordinance, and then people could come in and oppose it. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make this more complicated. We need to get to the other items on the agenda here, but.
Does anyone feel we need further discussion of this item?
So the decision is to do nothing until we have more complaints. Is that the decision?
Well, I think we've got three of us that kind of fall on that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, shall we move on to the next item, which is Councilmember McMillan and Robbins recommend that the town council direct staff to prepare and return to the town council for review and action the necessary documents to place a measure on the November 7, 2023 ballot, which would renew the public safety tax.
So Julie and I are voting no on this one. Okay.
Mayor and council members, may I give a brief report? May I give a brief report for this item? I'm keeping it brief. So the item before you this evening is a recommendation from your subcommittee, council members McMillan and Robbins, regarding seeking voter approval of the renewal of the town's public safety parcel tax. The parcel tax was back in November 2016. The residents approved Measure K, which extended the public safety parcel tax for 8 years until June 30th, 2025, with the annual cost of living adjustments. In the current fiscal year, the parcel tax rate is $1,085. Proceeds from the special tax are used solely for the purpose of providing public safety services, police and fire services in the town of Ross. Currently, the proceeds of this parcel tax cover 20% of the cost to provide those services, those police and fire services. And just a note that police and fire services in Ross is 50% of the general fund's annual expenses. So it's a very large, it's the majority of the town of Ross's annual expenses. The town relies on this public safety parcel tax to support the operations of those public safety departments. Unlike many jurisdictions, the town of Ross, we do not have a large sales tax base, hotel and motel taxes, or utility users tax, and we instead rely mainly on property taxes, on fees for services, and grants to provide services. Every year, a 5-year financial forecast is presented to the town council as part of your annual budget process. The 5-year financial forecast states that the town's current level of services are fundable if the public safety tax is renewed. However, if the parcel tax expires without a replacement, the town would have to reduce its expenses by approximately $1 million per year, which would cause severe service level declines in the town of Ross. The subcommittee met a couple of times, asked for information, and ultimately came up with the following recommendations. The first is they recommend that the council place the renewal measure on a special election date of this coming November 7th, 2023. That they recommend that we ask the voters to approve a 10-year term starting in July 1, 2025, in order to provide the stability for town finances and public safety operations. They recommend that the council maintain the existing rate with annual cost of living adjustments to keep up with the cost increases due to inflation to provide police and fire services. And they recommend to maintain the existing purpose of the tax, which is that the proceeds are used solely for the purpose of providing police and fire services. That special purpose does require a 2/3 voter approval in order to pass the measure. The town would incur approximately $20,000 to $26,000 of additional election costs if the measure is placed on the November 2023 ballot. The costs may be lower if another city or town in Marin County decides to also hold a special election in November, because then certain components of the election costs that the county incurs are shared between the jurisdictions that are placing measures on the ballot. I have heard that another jurisdiction is considering putting a measure on, so I don't know the exact number yet. These costs would be included in your fiscal year ending 24 budget. So next steps, if the town council this evening accepts the subcommittee's recommendation, staff would bring back for town council approval a resolution, an ordinance, and other documents, including the ballot question language required to place the renewal of the parcel tax on the November 7th, 2023 ballot for the voters to decide.
Does any member of
you.
the council have questions for staff? If not, we'll open it to the public. Is there any member? One of the people in the back of the room faked putting his hand up. Is there anybody on Zoom who has a
No,
comment?
there's nobody on Zoom.
Did you say there is?
There's no hands up at this point.
I'll bring it back to close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for comment. I'll start by saying that I appreciate the work that the committee has done, because it simplifies it a lot for the rest of it. And I know that you two have good judgment, because you've been through this more often than anybody that's available in the town. So thanks very much. Does any member of the council want to comment?
I'll make a comment. We do expect every council member to share equally in the burden of sitting in front of the post office.
We've already awarded that guy who walks by.
And we will be fundraising because we need a budget.
Does anyone else have any further comments on the council? If not, does someone want to make a motion?
Do we need a motion, or is it just staff?
Don't we need to approve
Just-
expenditure, for example?
No, sir, just direction to staff to bring it back at the next meeting, the enabling legislation.
Is there anybody who's opposed to that? I think you have your answer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
Okay, that brings us, as I started to say once before when it wasn't time, at last to 63 Laurel Grove.
Councilmember Kircher?
Yeah, I'm
Gonna
going to recuse
recuse?
myself. I live within 500 feet of the property, so I will Go outside.
Okay.
Outside.
Mayor, council members, the applicant at 63 Laurel Grove is requesting approval for design review, hillside lot permit, and a variance. The project proposes to construct a new 558 square foot carport that includes widening the driveway, a green roof, and an 8-foot retaining wall. The new carport will be located north of the residence and in the existing driveway. The project also includes converting 708 square feet of the unfinished lower floor of the pool deck into a gym and home office. A new deck is proposed outside the newly conditioned space. A variance is needed to exceed the allowable floor area by 1,296 square feet to construct a new carport within the side yard setback and to construct a new 8-foot retaining wall. On April 18th, the project was reviewed by the ADR group. During the hearing, the ADR members suggested the applicant reduce the size of the carport, as well as to soften the carport by angling the retaining wall and adding some planting to soften the concrete. The applicant pulled the carport canopy back 6 feet and the retaining wall 10 feet from the driveway. The applicant also included a planter along the length of the retaining wall to break up the mass and bulk of the carport. The applicant reduced the floor area of the carport from 770 square feet to 588 square feet. During the hearing, the ADR members also had a split decision on adding additional floor area to the unfinished lower floor of the pool deck and the construction of the new deck off the proposed gym. 2 ADR members could not support the deck since it was too close to the road and indicated that they were not able to make the design review findings to support the additional floor area. 2 of the ADR members were in support of the floor area increase due to the unconditioned space is existing and it's not an expansion to the footprint. They also agreed that the structure has no impact to the neighbor's privacy and it does not add bulk or mass to the site. You see, the same ADR members could not support the deck as proposed. They asked that the deck be reduced in size and more landscape screening be proposed to help soften it. The ADR members acknowledged that the deck was a means to access the gym and office and understood the necessity of it. The applicant has reduced the overall size of the deck by 40%, so it's less visible as you drive up the driveway, and they also added some planting. Staff would like to clarify that the area proposed for development under the pool deck is not considered a basement by the Town of Ross definition. Staff requests that the Town Council adopts resolution number 2304 approving design review, hillside lot permit, and a variance. Thank you.
Does any member of the council have any questions for staff?
I have a question. Like the earlier project where we talked about variances for FAR, can you tell me again, what is the reason for the findings for the variance to increase the FAR?
So the findings are both in the resolution and there's an analysis on page 6 of the staff report. And special circumstances and conditions applicable to the land are the existing topography, the lot layout, and patterns of development on the property and the neighborhood. This project complies with the required FAR for the R1BA, but because it's subject to the more restrictive floor area of the hillside lots, because 2/3 of this lot is very steep, and this specific building envelope is the only flat part on this lot. So that's the findings that were in the staff report.
Thank you. And for the parking expansion, that could be done without an FAR variance if they didn't have the carport. Is that correct? So they could extend the driveway, have a variance for the retaining wall and have additional parking and not need a variance for FAR. Is that correct?
There's two contributing factors to the FAR increase. It's the carport and the area under the pool deck.
Right, but if you look, it's just the, take just the parking, to pull that aside for a minute, they could expand their parking. If there wasn't to be a variance granted for FAR, they could still expand their parking and have a variance for the retaining wall, and they could still do that, correct?
If they omitted the area under the pool deck as well.
Right. I'm saying.
She's
that
asking about the
Yeah,
carport
so yes,
only.
they could
if you
widen
don't-
their
if you don't
driveway
think-
with
if you
the
don't
retaining
support
wall.
if a variance for FAR isn't supported,
Mhm.
they could still have their parking increased by building the retaining wall.
Correct.
Okay.
Julie?
I'm just wondering if either of you have background on why the existing floor area ratio is so much higher than what is normally allowed under a hillside lot ordinance floor area ratio. And then I'm not very good with percentages, but I think if I'm doing it right, the existing percentage floor area ratio is 66% higher than what would otherwise be allowed under a hillside lot ordinance. And what is being proposed is 105% greater than what's allowed under the hillside lot ordinance. And I'm just wondering if you could shed any light on the development that was approved to allow the 5,580 square feet. What was the council's rationale to allow that?
I don't have that rationale right this second, but I can find it, I think, through were you on the council?
I was not.
Good to know. I will look in our old minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, Rebecca, I know you're trying to look at that one, and I was on council when that was approved. I don't remember what rationale that was, but so just breaking down the variance analysis. So one argument is it's a hillside lot ordinance and the FAR allowance is smaller than it would otherwise. But if that's an argument why we would allow it to exceed, that would really swallow every hillside lot project, because every hillside lot project could say that. I'm a little torn about the well, this is the buildable area. I mean, that area where the gym is being proposed is quite steep, but I agree there is a flat envelope, but I also feel like that might.
Is there gonna be a question at the end of this?
Yeah, I'm gonna get there, Beach. I
Okay,
feel like there is a flat envelope, but I'm a little confused as to whether that flies. And then the final one that I heard is the topography of this site. And yes, the topography is it's a hillside lot, but I'm just still, what about that means that more floor area should be allowed for this particular site? I didn't see that the staff report really explained it, but what was your thinking about that?
anyone else have any questions for staff? Can you answer that one?
I think I can. I mean, there's the topography of the site lends itself to one specific area of where you can build. The rest of it is extremely steep and unbuildable, and we've got this existing flat area that allows for a buildable envelope.
Okay, but so if by that rationale, anyone who is in a hillside lot ordinance maybe gets to build more FAR than would otherwise be allowed if they have a flat envelope that could arguably create, allow for more FAR.
I guess it would depend on how that lot is, the slopes and where the contours are. And I think, it it would depend on the contours of each site.
We basically allow that for that Spanish-style house on the corner of Baywood and Wellington. That's a hillside lot, but they were only building on the bottom flat part.
Isn't it true that the majority of this lot is unbuildable on the other side of the road?
Correct.
I mean, the only rationale that I thought of, and I don't know, I haven't quite thought of whether that flies, but is that this space is already existing. That to me seems like a more compelling argument for granting a variance in this location, you know, at this place than any of the other arguments. What do you think about that, Rebecca?
I would agree. I think, and one of the variance findings is that you have to make the design review findings with it, and you're not increasing bulk and mass, and yeah, you're not increasing bulk and mass with the extra floor area.
And I guess this is a question for council versus staff, so I'll hold it.
Any council have any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open it to the public. Looks like there's no public here in the chambers. Is there anybody online?
The applicant has 15 minutes to present.
Oh, I'm sorry. The applicant has 15 minutes to present whatever comments you wish about your project. You don't have to, and you can withhold, and you'll have 5 minutes at the end of the public comment, if there is any, to rebut whatever's been said. Do you want to make any comments now? Thanks. Elizabeth, do you have something?
No, my hand's raised from before.
Okay. Is there someone on Zoom?
Yes, there is. One moment. Mark Fritz.
Hi, Council. Yeah, I thought I'd just take a few moments to comment on this particular project. As noted in the staff report, there were 2 ADR members who didn't support the particular variances that were requested. I was one of those ADR members. I do want to make it clear that I'm not speaking for the rest of the ADR or the RPOA, which I'm also a member of. But I wanted to highlight a few things that have already been brought up, but I wanted to put a finer point on it on this particular application. I don't have any issues with the applicant per se. I have an issue with the findings on the variance. Specifically, nowhere in the Hillside Lot Ordinance is there an exception for exceeding the calculated FAR because we want to have a gym or a home office, or whether or not the building can be seen by neighbors, or there's no exception for if the space already exists. Second point I want to make is there's nothing about this project that's the preservation of property rights or hardship. There's no hardship about having a gym. Owning a hillside lot is not a hardship, nor is it a property right to have additional FAR on that particular lot. This lot, as noted, is already over at the FAR. As the council member pointed out, 66%. This makes it 100% over the FAR. I think that's a data point that's significant to reinforce in this particular application. Fourth point I want to make is around consistency. So it was sort of alluded to in the comments by council or the questions by council. Being on the design review committee for many, many, many years, we strive for consistency in application of our ordinances. And we've seen many, many hillside lot ordinance applications come before us. We try to keep those consistent in our approach. And leveraging the ordinance in its entirety is helpful in determining whether or not we're appropriately reviewing those applications. And the last comment I want to make is around sort of the precedent, and this was also alluded to by Councilwoman Breckus. I see no reason, in particular, the findings I didn't find very compelling in the staff report, for this to be 100% over FAR for a hillside lot. We have a hillside lot ordinance for a reason. We've had multiple projects come before the council in the past 10 or 15 years that have been constrained by that hillside lot. If something like this moves forward, I would expect kind of two things to happen, is those folks who've been constrained to have a grievance. And secondly, I would say anyone coming forward with the hillside lot ordinance project would leverage this as precedent to say that the ordinance isn't applicable while it can't be seen from the neighbors or the space below exists. Every hillside lot has space beneath the constructed area. That's the definition kind of a hillside lot. In this particular case, the development was flattened to create a area to build upon. That is not the natural topography of that particular lot. So I think those are just some points I wanted to highlight when considering this application. I appreciate the council's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
There are
Okay.
no other raised hands.
Okay, we'll close the public portion of the hearing. When I get it closed, that's what I'll do. Okay, we're going to close the public part of the hearing. Do you want, does the applicant want to make any sort of rebuttal?
You have to go to the mic, please.
Yeah, I'm Eric, architect for that project. Good evening, and thanks for staying up. Council member Breckus and Mr. Fritz, you guys make good comments. It's good feedback. I appreciate it. To your comment, if we got rid of the lid for the carport, we wouldn't be over the FAR, but by putting the lid on there, it's a green roof. It makes it less visible for everyone else. It's like by making it look better, it's actually punishing us, which is kind of frustrating. Same thing with the setback for it. If we pushed farther into the hillside, we still have the retaining wall, but we wouldn't need the setback variance. And then finally for the gym, that one's also just frustrating. Like their points are pretty good. I can't argue those. It's just kind of like this thing sits fallow, being unused, and it's kind of wasted space. And frankly, the siding on it currently just doesn't look that great. This would make it look better. And I don't know, can't really argue them too much, but it's just common sense and just I don't know. It's hard to sit there and listen to this and be like, man, it's just everything we're trying to do is for the better. It makes it look better for everyone else, makes it more usable for my client. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll bring it back to the council for decision.
Can I ask Rebecca a question?
Sure.
Is there anything precluding this applicant from applying for an ADU that would give them the space underneath the deck?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of the council have any comment? Does anybody want to make a motion?
You know, I support the carport thing with the roof. And I don't know if there's any way to allow them to do that and not allow them to expand the understory of the deck, because in my mind, they are so far over the FAR already, and they have the ability to come back to get the square footage with an ADU.
But the carport increases the FAR.
But not, well,
I think it's 588 feet.
yeah.
I would be in favor of not an FAR, I mean, not a variance for FAR just because of the precedent, but a variance for the retaining wall so that they can expand their parking.
It's not a garage though, right? It's a carport with a roof that's green so that the uphill neighbor, when they look down, they don't see the cars, they see a green roof. So I don't know. I think that's a reasonable exception. I understand the precedent, but I think it's a very unique precedent.
I have a couple of comments. One is, my recollection is that when last we dealt with this property, the uphill neighbors objected to whatever they wanted to do about parking. I think they objected to, specifically, among other things, to a carport. Those uphill neighbors are no longer there. And the other thing is sort of a philosophical view about this, about hillside lots. I think of hillside lots as being places, something different than what this is. Here we've got a flat area that is buildable, as has been demonstrated. And most of the hill, what makes it a hillside lot is something on the other side of the road that's very steep and clearly you couldn't build on. So I am sort of willing to give some ground and not be ticklish about the fact that it's a hillside lot and some of the numbers that a hillside lot would imply on the property. So I'm kind of inclined to vote for the thing as presented.
Councilmember Breckus?
Well, I think that, not to sound like a broken record, but this proves that an FAR variance is a bad procedure and we shouldn't have it. We should have an exception. And that's what a lot of jurisdictions do. And then if they see a project and they say, well, this isn't bad, we could allow it, it gives them the flexibility. Whereas we have boxed ourselves in, and I've been trying to unbox us, and nobody wants to change our ordinances because for whatever reason. And so then we get in this kind of a predicament. And so I think it's problematic there. I do think that, you know, when I look at that gym head on with all the glass and how visible it is, I mean, I don't think it's fair to say that nobody's going to see that. I mean, not everyone's driving by there, and I'm not sure what the visibility is, but it is a very visible structure, especially with all that glass. But, you know, so I guess I just have a hard time making the findings on the gym, even though the use of that space doesn't bother me. And if it were an exception and I wasn't, you know, feeling the burden of precedent, I would be okay with it. The carport is a little, I feel like the variance findings could be made there because you've got an area where there's no parking on the street. You want cars to be off. You don't want cars parking, you know, on the side of a hillside and kind of undermining a hillside, especially since we all know that, well, for those of us that were on council when this one was approved, there was a slide right near there. So you don't want people cutting into the hillside. So I feel like the variance on the carport is an easier sell for me because I feel like you can make it based on, you know, the location of that property and the need to not have cars parked on the private roadway, which I'm assuming is an easement. But the gym is a harder thing, even though the space is so usable and so obvious.
Are you stopping on
It might have frozen.
Can't hear you.
You muted yourself, Councilmember Breckus. There you go.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so with that, I feel like I have a hard time supporting the gym because of the precedent and the variance requirement. I feel like I can support the carport. But I also would say that this proves the point that we need to get more clarity also with ADR on that, because our prior rules were that ADR was not supposed to necessarily pass on variances, although maybe they kind of do. I don't I don't know that. But I'd like applicants, if that is the case, I'd like applicants to be very clear that just because you got a thumbs up from ADR, that doesn't mean that the council won't look at a variance differently. And if ADR is now reviewing variances, well, then I'd like that memo too, because my last understanding was they weren't passing on those.
I thought the same thing. I thought that ADR, ADR plays no part in interpreting the law as it applies to, interpreting the rules as they apply to a particular project.
If a variance for an FAR for the carport is approved, can that become a garage at some point? I mean, can the sides be filled in? Can there? Yes, so it's.
Our definition for floor area, carports and garages are synonymous. So
really, so there it could become another structure without any council approval. I mean, if it's a carport and they have a variance for the FAR, that could just become another structure on the property. Is that right?
that is correct.
Well, we could condition it so that it isn't, I guess.
Is that right? I mean, if they get the FAR variance, that's their space. I mean, to me, that, if it's really just a cover, that's different. But if it's, at some point becoming another room, I mean, then it feels like we're really way over the FAR for this lot. The parking is the goal. I have no concerns about the parking, and I'm okay with the retaining wall, which some people might object to because you have to cut into the mountain for that. But the parking, I think is that I'm totally fine with. But I just am really reluctant to have variances for FAR when we don't generally let people go over the FAR. We've sort of relied on our code and what we've already established as the appropriate size for a lot. And I don't really think that we have the right to go over that. I don't mind if the basement became an ADU, but I don't feel like we can say you have an ADR to make it a gym. The ADU we have no control over. So I guess I'm back where I started. Wait, but it's not.
Hold on. It's up to the pleasure of the mayor to reopen public comment before you can speak.
Well, they both said something I'd like a chance to respond.
I understand that, and it's up to the mayor to reopen public comment.
I'm going to reopen public comment so that you can tell us what you think.
And I appreciate the comments because I understand the importance of a precedent. I helped California win a major decision in defense of its policy around pork. I supported on behalf of PETA and a company called Butcher's Box an amicus brief in an important decision this morning on the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution. I was very proud of the outcome of that decision today. This is not a precedent. That space exists. I can put gym equipment in it, okay? But it's not very pleasant to use without putting a little wall and a deck there so I can open up, and I can open it up. I don't need your permission to open it up and cut out of the wall some holes for my gym equipment. You all are making a huge mistake if you don't approve this. First of all, it's a usable space for an important family that is now going to be a third generation Ross family. We're not setting precedents for anyone else. It's a basement that's already existing, that's completely in line, as the staff has said, with all of the principles for the building code. We have no ability to use most of the land that we purchase and we pay taxes on. That's a significant fact that you're all ignoring for no reason at all. But you're telling me I can put my gym, you're saying I can't put my gym equipment down there? I can, but it's not nice. You walked in, there's cobwebs everywhere. We're just trying to clean up something that's already been built that makes absolutely no impact. How could any of you have an issue with that? I do not understand it at all. As my architect said, common sense You know, I appreciate the issue of precedent, but this is not a precedent. This is an existing structure. If you have a problem with the fact that it was approved previously, that's not something we are here to relive or relitigate. It's a beautiful house. It's a beautiful town. Making this more handsome and more attractive and usable doesn't hurt anyone. Every neighbor is in support of our project. To respond to one comment, there is one neighbor who drives by our house. One neighbor. It's a private road that I have to pay to maintain. The town doesn't pay for the road. There's nobody coming up the road. No one can see this. There is not one neighbor within a sight line of this portion of our house.
Okay, you want to wrap it up, Josh?
No, I'm done. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you letting me make my comments. I appreciate the work you do. Thank you all.
I might say in response that I don't want to get hung up on how we use the word precedent, because if we do something and somebody else later wants us to do the same thing, maybe you don't call it a precedent in the legal sense, but it is, they say to us, well, you did it for somebody else, so you got to do it for us. And I think that's how this word precedent is being used in this discussion. Does any member of the council have any further comment? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I would move to approve the carport and the retaining wall.
Second.
What is the motion?
It's to move to approve the carport, which adds FAR and so is a variance, and also the retaining wall, which is higher than is allowed and therefore a variance. It would not be to move to approval of the under the deck space.
Julie seconded it.
Yeah, a second.
Is that an appropriate motion?
Yes, you can do that. Staff will revise the resolution and the findings under the variance to make it clear that the variance for the FAR only applies to the carport and not to the basement.
Okay, we have a motion.
Councilmember McMillan?
Aye.
Mayor Cool?
No.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
All right, with a vote of 3-1, the motion passes.
Okay. That brings us to, that's the end of our public hearings, and it brings us to some no action items. Yep, I'm gonna wait. Okay, the first of no action items is council correspondence. Does anyone have any correspondence which they want to report on? I guess not.
I do. I'm sorry, I guess I'll use it as a future council item.
I'm sorry, you have correspondence or a future item?
Yes, I got a lot of correspondence about the aftercare program, and I'll take that up with the next item.
Okay. Does anyone have any future agenda items? I'm going to suggest that we ought to get to this question of variance versus exception and resolve it so we don't spend a lot of time talking about it in the future. So I would support putting that item on as an item. If anybody else wants to join me.
Me.
Okay.
Just to clarify, you're just talking about the FAR process for a variance, not every variance into exceptions. Okay.
Okay, has anybody got anything else?
Yes, I'd like to propose that aftercare get put back on.
That what be put back on?
The aftercare program?
The school.
Okay, does anybody want to support that?
I support it.
Okay, you have support. So we'll put that back on. Can we get that on next month?
Yes, we're working with, I'll be working with our recreation manager to provide information similar to what we did in March, and update it as best we can, and provide that to you with the presentation on June 15th.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other requests for future items? If not, we're adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
You still sometimes see Nancy come to the building. I'm gonna go walk with you. About experience with their, they